Recording in progress.
Then can you let me in, please? Oh, I got it.
No, I've been for a while, thanks. I can hear something. Oh, no. Oh, no, really? That's sad. Not 2 weeks. Wow. That's ridiculous.
3, 2, 1, blast off. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the November 28th, 2023 regular meeting of the Dearborn Heights City Council. Madam Clerk, can you please take roll call?
Yes. Dave Abdallah,
Here.
Zuhair Abdulhaq,
Here.
Hassan Ahmad,
Here.
Mobeidun.
Here.
Nancy.
Sorry,
Breyer,
yes.
Here, Robert Constance,
Here.
and Tom Wenzel.
Here.
Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk.
You're
Next up is our Pledge of Allegiance. This one's gonna be.
Hold on, time out. You got a phone ringing. Your mic's not on.
Okay. Next up is our Pledge of Allegiance. This one's gonna be led by Councilman Tom Wenzel.
Oh, thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Next up on our agenda is agenda approved.
Council Chair,
Councilman,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the agenda of the regular meeting November 28th, 2023 as submitted.
Second.
okay, motion made by Councilman Baidoon and seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Is there any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman, go ahead.
I would like to remove from the claims, item number 9 with the attachment, because we need to discuss the contract before we approve a payment.
Okay, item number 9 is Bowles Brothers Services.
No, I'm sorry, it's AMD.
And okay, so it'd be item number 8.
Number
Okay,
8.
so repeat your statement again. What was that again?
I move to remove item number 8 from the claims, because we cannot pay anything before we approve a contract with the city to allow us to pay.
Okay,
So
so
during fund transfers and clearing claims, what do you mean?
yeah, during claims and transfers. Okay, but here's, so let me just ask the clerk about this, Madam Clerk, so I'm just thinking out loud here. If we removed that right now, let's say we approved removing that, we couldn't go back and pay that claim right now, or can we?
Yeah,
Because we're gonna be talking about the contract. The councilman suggesting that we speak about the contract later.
we can give that contract in the papers, we can give it a number and we can discuss it later. Today. It doesn't have to be removed forever.
Okay, my concern is when you have claims, they gotta be paid. So if we're not gonna pay it because we're gonna be looking at a contract, then you can't come back and pay, at least not during this, and then therefore it would be another 2 weeks. That's all thing going out there.
Okay, then I changed my motion to remove it until we get the contract up.
Council Chair,
Mayor,
again, this is another thing that we're trying to disrupt city operation. Okay, we've been talking about this for the last 2-3 months, how much money we're getting from FEMA grants. We have a lot of issues with water sewer. Mr. Deeb was out all day today, working, not even charging half that amount. This is ridiculous. This is a vendetta against Mr. Deeb. And, listen, everybody's in the community. We're hearing what's going on. This is ridiculous. We have an employee, somebody working for the city and not gonna pay him. Again, this is a personal vendetta against an employee. And when you come and try to FOIA records for the employee, just one employee, that's called harassment. And again, you guys do what you have to do, but you know what? As administration, we're gonna do what we need to do, to keep the city moving. We have a motion here again to disrupt city operation, try to slow the city to a halt. We have millions of dollars that we're working with right now, and we're just trying to disrupt the city not to do what it needs to do. Again, we talked about the aging systems that we have with the sewer, water, all the water main breaks. And Mr. Deeb is the only one working on it right now. And he's gonna announce we have a grant possibly to pay for all the water meters. And you know what? Let's just mess with this guy so he can just leave the city and screw the city. And this is ridiculous. Now, this is called harassment. They asked for a contract, we put something so we can do a quick modification organization for the city, for an engineering department. We talked about it for, twice already. We have a proposal. We gotta go in front of you for approval. And now this is like, again, this is harassment.
Okay.
And when you
Council Chair.
come and try to FOIA, get some employees record, that's called harassment.
Council Chair.
Okay, Councilman?
I want everybody to know, Mr. Deeb, again, unfortunately, we have to keep bringing up his name, is one of the hardest workers in the city, in my personal opinion. But I want to, with respect to the mayor's statement, as the councilman here requests information on any city employee, it's not harassment. As our-
Personal. It's
he- we-
personal. You can't do a councilman.
Again, look, I mean, please,
Okay, let's let him finish first. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
regardless of whatever the back and forth is, Mayor, we sat here where there was times with you and the former building director had issues and you were very adamant on wanting to make your stance. Nobody called it harassment. People defended you. People said it's okay that you are investigating something. At the end of the day, we have to keep in mind that this body here is the check and balance of this administration. Now, I'm not agreeing with with the councilman or disagreeing with him. I'm just speaking as an overall general. We have to understand about everybody's duties here. Your duty is administration, this duty is this entire body. And so if a certain council member is requesting information, we can't jump to, shoot the gun and say it's harassment. We got to slow down a little bit. First of all, those are serious allegations. Those are strong words. And I want you to know, if you feel that way, file a report against the council member. But,
Will be.
I think sitting here and tarnishing somebody's name is two different things.
Councilman.
Okay.
So I'm going to leave it at that, Council Chair, but I don't think we should sit in this room and without even saying point of order, because to say that somebody's doing harassment, it's a little over the edge.
Council Chair.
Okay, the mayor was next, then you.
No, he can go.
No, go ahead, Mayor. Out of
No, I'm-
respect to you.
No, out of respect for you, go ahead.
Thank you.
That's good. We're showing respect.
Yeah. Somebody has-
Apparently, you can read the charter. I know you can read it. The charter allow me to walk to any office in the city and ask for records related to my job. What I ask is about today, it has nothing to do with AMD as person. This is an entity, this is a company, it's not a person. And I'm not harassing anybody who I respect and who I want him to be in the city, working for the city. And I said many times he's doing a great job and I will vote on it to accept it. So what you're saying, I have a vendetta, it looks like you are far away from the truth. You had your chance last Tuesday to come to the meeting. You chose not to show up to discuss it in study session. So don't throw stones on me that I am harassing. Do whatever this city gives you legally against me if you have anything, and we'll see you in court if you have the courage to do that route.
Council Chair.
All right, we're getting way off track here. Let's get back on this. I heard somebody say council chair, couldn't tell who it was. Roger or mayor?
No, again, when you ask for personnel files from HR, okay, those are personal. I can't even, as a mayor, I cannot go and ask for personnel files for individuals. Okay, it's protected. So when you go ask for personnel files, no, the charter doesn't say or anything that you can go look at personnel files. Anybody.
That's
Other
not-
than
The only thing on my end, I did
That's
see
not
the
what
email.
happened, and I challenged the mayor to show anything. I asked for personal information. I asked for
Contract.
hourly rate. I asked for a contract, which you have signed since July, and
No.
you kept us running in circles, not to bringing it here to approve it. It's on you, not me.
No, Council Chair, it's been in the packet for a week. So you guys, well, we never had a contract. We just put something together as you guys requested from the last meeting, and we did. We had something typed up quickly and we put it in the packet. It's in the packet.
Right.
It's not a contract. It's just a temporary contract, so we can just actually get approved to open a new department.
So next up is Councilman.
If I may have.
Councilman, go ahead.
I'm just trying to think of a compromise. So on the one hand, I agree with Councilman Zuhair Abdul Haq. We want to see the contract and so forth, but
It's in
if the city employee, for this month or until January doesn't get his paycheck, he might have some problems. So, I don't know if there's any, issues regarding the invoice itself.
Okay,
Oh,
so let's go, wait, I don't want to keep, this will be the last comment, because I don't want to keep this thing going. We're gonna vote on it to have one removed, yes or no, but go on, last comment.
I will ask the treasurer, would you accept those papers as a legal invoice to pay?
I mean, with all due respect, point of order, Council Chair, she's not an attorney. So ask corporation.
I'm not an
counsel.
attorney, but
Yes.
as treasurer, I do have something to add. I
Okay.
can either wait to public comment if you leave it on the agenda, or I can answer it now. What would
Answer it
you
now, but I don't want you to give me a legal opinion on it.
No, it's not a
Yeah.
legal opinion. It's an opinion as a treasurer. And when it comes to signing warrants, according to the charter, section 8.9, what you have before you in the agenda, it looks like a timesheet, right? It's a court record of the hours worked and which departments. My question is, we should be paying from invoices. The invoice should have backup what work was done, where was it done? And it should be signed by the department head that ordered that work. That is clearly stated in this charter, section 8.9. I don't see that here. So if I'm paying for a timesheet wouldn't meet the charter requirement. And again, where are the invoices respectfully? And the individual this is AMD Engineering Group LLC. That is a company, not an individual necessarily. It is a company, right? So that I would imagine the company would be able to invoice, say, the building and engineering department, invoice the water department. There's some hours there under water department, which is what I would look for. And it would be signed by that department head over that department.
So at this point, there's no more questions or comments on this.
Well, hold on, I have
Wait,
one, I have just one last thing.
Council Chair,
I
if
think
I
the-
may, I asked beforehand, I don't agree with her reading of 8.9 warrants. It does say no money shall be drawn from the treasury except upon the warrant of the mayor and countersigned by either the controller or the city clerk. It doesn't say what the treasurer just said. Every warrant shall specify the fund from which it is payable and shall be paid from no other fund. It doesn't say the director, it doesn't say anything that authorizes the mayor.
Okay,
But
so let me just clarify something here. The motion on the table right now is to accept the agenda excluding item 8, taking that out of the equation and then voting on the contract separately. Let's go ahead and move forward if this is what we're gonna do, yes or no. So let's go ahead and take this to a vote.
Make
Hold on.
sure that's okay with the maker. The maker was, Councilman Baydun. Is that okay
Well,
with you?
Before we
The
do, I
amendment.
just have one last thing. I'm sorry. I know we're focusing on it, but I'd like to hear from our corporation counsel. And look, Corp Counsel, you do a good job here, and I want you to know that the question that we ask you is not an administrative response. It is a response here for this council body. And I want you to answer it based on this council body, please. And I know you are, look, let me just finish. You can say what you have to say, but I respectfully ask, answer as if you're answering for this council body.
can I just say, I always answer the council body.
Okay,
I'm accountable to the people out here like you are.
okay.
I have accountability over me and I respect you and trust you. So what do you want me? What's your question?
My question is to you. The administration says that this is legal. a councilman here saying this is illegal. We have a corporation counsel here to tell us what that is.
Well,
Because we're hearing two different things.
it's not legal or illegal. It's whether it follows the charter. That's what we started.
Okay.
Councilman Abdul Haq was correct last Tuesday. He says we need to look at the revisions of the charter. I've got the charter, I've got the policies that we're supposed to follow as well, that sometimes contradict each other and contradict the charter. So we have to look at that. What the mayor is saying is the council respectively asked, because we didn't have a contract, it wasn't signed in July. It was recently signed, it put in provisions that was asked for, and the contract has been presented to the city council. You asked to see it rather than having a person switch from an employee to contracting with the city. The request, I understood, and I might be mistaken, but I understood was we want to see a contract.
It was my request, and I said, before we continue arguing about this thing, and I know you guys had been in continuous negotiations, I said, okay, while you're in continuous negotiations, let's have a 1 month contract. So at least this way there is a contract. That contract becomes void after the 30, 40, 45, 60-day period. And at that point, you can do your formal contract that you want along.
Right.
That was the thought
With
process.
the input.
And that's what I received, and it's to my satisfaction. So we're gonna go ahead and move forward. At this point, what's on the agenda is what's on the agenda with the exclusion per the motion from Councilman Abdul Haq for the removal of the contract only on item 8 and continuing, I should make sure I'm clear, continuing to vote on whether it's paid or not. That's separate, correct? You're separating the two. I just want to make sure it's your motion.
Council Chair, I spoke to Roger today, and I feel that the contract should be an item separate from the agenda, not inside the claims. If we vote to pay this, that means we already approved
Okay,
this
I
time sheet,
understand.
and we approved this contract back to July, and we pay close to $60,000.
So this is exactly what I'm trying to clarify.
No, I want to remove AMD, the payment, until we have a contract, then we pay based on that contract, all the money to AMD.
It's not item 8.
It's not item 8.
It is here, AMD Engineering, item 8,
The claim.
claims.
It's a claim.
See, I,
Not according to our agenda.
No, it's in claims.
Claims,
Alright.
it's in claims.
I
Okay.
have the claim as the Central Wayne Sanitation.
No.
I do want to pay.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take this, let's go ahead and take this to a
AMD.
vote.
I want to pay AMD,
All right,
but I want a contract, based on a contract.
okay,
That's
let's go
all
ahead,
I'm asking for.
let's go ahead and take this to a vote.
Council Chair, can we clarify then? We have Councilman Baydun that made the motion. Councilman Hassan.
I thought it was Councilman,
But
Oh,
they
he
did the
made a comment.
original.
Okay, so
They
you
did
made
the
a motion.
original. They did it as written. Now, where do we go from
can you
there?
clarify which motion you're making?
Yes, can I just ask one? I know I'm asking you, not asking everybody else. Can I still keep this on, vote on when we come up to it? And if it doesn't pass, remove it.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, keep the
It's
pay on the
Leave
agenda,
everything on
on
here.
claims,
We're gonna
Address it.
discuss it.
remove the contract. And then if the contract is approved, then we continue with the payment. If the contract is unapproved, then we have to go to Plan B and see what happens from there. Is
Well,
that
if
what
the
you
contract's
suggested?
unapproved, you don't pay it, right?
I don't pay. I mean, that's
Councilman
up,
Baydun,
that's up to you guys.
where is the contract
we're-
on the agenda?
We have no contract.
It's in claims.
No, it's in claims.
Yeah, so we have.
We have to remove it from claims and put it as an item on the agenda
That's what he
in
said.
order
Okay,
to.
I will do that. I will remove it up until we get up to discussion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So just to clarify then, the motion is to approval of the agenda with the removal from claims item number 8. Is that correct?
Council Chair, do we need to suspend the rules to add one more item on the agenda to discuss the contract?
Yeah, we have to do it, yeah.
Okay.
But let's
Yeah,
just
but-
first,
Okay.
But if you approve the contract, Madam Clerk, if you approve the contract, we're locked into that contract. There's no wiggle room to change it once you vote on it. That's why it would not be on the agenda as an item we vote on, negotiate. At discussion, because once you vote on it, you're locked into the verbiage and the language
correct,
of the contract.
which only goes to the end of the year,
You want to approve,
Council Chair.
okay, yeah, I can't remember.
December 31st.
Okay, but you don't want to be that, it locks us in and no changes, and we may want to change, you may.
You know,
wanna
but,
add.
but with all due respect,
Temporary.
any contract can be canceled if both parties agree to it. So we can't, you can cancel even if you agree to a contract, and
If he
everybody signs
doesn't
it
agree
today.
to it,
If tomorrow, Mr. Deeb and the city agree to cancel the contract, whatever's been signed, it's void.
Yeah, but
That's the wordage. Sorry.
I'm trying to go
Council
forward.
Chair.
I'm not trying to go backwards. I'm trying.
No, you were saying we'd be locked in till
The
December
language.
31st.
Now, what it, right.
And I'm
The
saying,
term of the contract.
if for whatever
And the
reason,
condition.
whether as a council body or as administration, we decided for whatever reason, let's say on December 7th, that this wasn't gonna work anymore, as long as all parties agree to cancel the
Yeah.
contract, it's canceled.
That's true, but what if you wanted to add other terms to it? What if there were some things after we talk about it, you said, no, we need A, D, and B. We want you to have this in the contract, but you can't add.
But remember, the contract that we have right now is only up to December 31st. This one's just, it's not the final formal contract. The other one would start
Well,
effective
the
January
date
1st.
came up with, I guess the term came up with a chance to not lock the council into what's here, but give you a chance to negotiate or go further. Yes, the time period is till the end of December. But the verbiage, the terms, the conditions, you may want to add things to it or change it.
Or we can do it when we discuss it, Council Chair.
Yeah,
Comes on the
We can
agenda right
discuss
now.
it.
okay, so let's
But
go
we
ahead and
don't
move
want to
forward.
vote on it. We vote on the approval.
We had enough of this.
No,
Okay,
May I
Council Chair.
just one quick
quick 30 seconds.
I just want to read the last line from section 8.9 in the charter. It says each invoice shall be approved by the official incurring the expenditure. Again, who's the official incurring the expenditure for building and engineering, for example? Who has oversight of that? What about water department? Because you don't see those who I would think would be the official. And where's the invoice for the work? That's all. And I need clarification because I am sworn by oath to follow that, to follow the charter.
So we're not gonna have no more discussion,
Thank
but
you.
the word official can also be the mayor.
And the
Just to
chief
be
of
fair.
staff. It could
Council
be
Chair?
anybody
Yeah.
in there.
I just one quick
Okay,
question. Just one quick, I haven't said anything. about
Okay, I know,
it.
that's the only reason I'm letting.
No, with this contract being in the claims, and if we approve the claims as is,
We're not
all the
approving
claims,
it now.
yeah, we're doing right now.
I'm finished.
Okay, if by approving the agenda, we're approving if we approve the claims, does that mean we're approving the contract also?
And that's where Councilman Abdalhak has a concern.
Yeah. I
Okay?
mean, what's the answer? Do we have an answer to that?
So this is the motion on the table. Who seconded that? Councilman Ahmad is seconding that. No more discussions on that. Let's go ahead and take that to a vote. This is, just to make it clear, I'm gonna say it in plain English.
Okay, good.
We are keeping the claim on there. I'm sorry, we're taking the claim and the contract off for right now. We're gonna vote on the contract only later, correct? Is that what you're meaning? Okay, so just to be clear. So we're approving the agenda, we're approving the current claims, except item 8 is completely being taken off. And out of item 8, the contract will be placed on a part of the agenda that Madam Clerk would be the right spot.
Well, I think, so you have,
Yeah, it would be from the mayor.
If the contract is approved and we'd go back,
Your mic, turn on your microphone, please.
oh, I thought I had it. The contract, you're not voting on approving the language of the contract. You're voting on whether we're gonna contract with this company. Now they're not an employee. And you're approving them or not, but you've got the backup, which is the contract, which defines for you the terms
the current term,
and amount and the value and everything, which you did not have before.
right?
Where does it say?
And any contract can be amended at any date as long as all parties agree to it.
But you, like we normally do, subject to corporation council review, and that's what we normally put in.
Okay. At that point, we'll go ahead and add that in the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, what would you want let's just see if it passes or not first.
Okay, so that we're clear, you want to take both of them out, or you just really want to address the contract?
The
before you
motion made by
take the
Councilman
claims?
Baydun is both of them, correct?
Both of them?
Yeah, both of them.
Removing the contract and adding an agenda to approve, like to discuss the contract.
The
Remove-
contract
outside
by
of the
itself.
claim, Number 8, and adding contract discussion on the agenda.
No, it's over here. Yeah, so you have two parts to item 6.8. You have the invoice and you have the contract.
We're removing the
Right.
invoice because you're not paying anything because the contract hasn't been approved. And we're taking the contract and we're putting it on to a line
agenda.
item to be
This agenda,
discussed.
so you want to move the contract
By
from
itself at this point.
6.8 to reports from the mayor?
And if it passes, then we'll follow the right protocols to make sure the pay is approved also.
So like 8B, you mean? Make it 8B?
Yes,
Okay.
because then you can address it before claims.
Okay.
But the approval is for what? is for the language of the contract or a contract.
No, it's
Subject to Corporation Council approval.
It's the contract
A
currently
contract.
presented.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we pay the claim? We can discuss the claim and if the contract can just.
Okay, guys, I'm
Going back.
no, I'm not gonna take no more comments. So all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is public hearings and, I'm sorry, approval of the minutes.
Council Chair,
Councilman, number 4.
I'm sorry. Here we are. I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the minutes of the regular meeting of November 14th, 2023 as submitted.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydun, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
Council Chair, do we
Councilman?
have to vote on putting that item on 8B?
Yeah,
already-
that's what she's
It's
adding.
done automatically?
We just did that.
We don't have to
You
vote.
We don't have to vote, no, we don't have to vote on it. The clerk just puts it in the proper spot, which is report from mayor.
You removed it from 6.
Yeah, correct.
and Placed it under 8.
Correct. No, the councilman's asking, do we have to vote where we're putting it? No, it just comes from mayor.
That was part of it.
Reports from mayor. Okay, next item on our agenda is public hearings and comment on agenda items only. Is there any comments on anything on the agenda? You will have 2 minutes. Please state your name, city, and street.
Hassan Saab, John Daly, Dearborn Heights. About,
Hold on 1 second. We got 2 minutes here? Yes. All right, Haas, ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
about 9B, I'm fully supportive that. Any department in the city that has a limit, the limit should be across the board. Like we've said this before and asked for it to come back, it should be across the board, the same amount. Just the last meeting, the recreation director came here asking for an increase. You guys denied it. So if you're gonna be fair across the city, the limits have to be the same amount across. Police department is not exempt from that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comments on anything on the agenda?
I have somebody.
Come on up. City, street name, please.
My name is Cheryl Frank. I'm an employee with the city. I am here in the capacity of the union president of our TPOEM, and I'm in full support of an agenda item, which is
8.
passing our contract. So we would appreciate your full support, and all our city workers would expect that and appreciate it.
We appreciate you guys coming out here and I see the smile on your face. So we haven't, really got into depth with it, but I'm happy that you guys are happy and I'm glad that we're able to reconcile this and find common ground.
Absolutely. Yep. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl.
All right.
We have someone on Zoom.
Anybody else on agenda items?
Yeah, Dana.
Let's go ahead and go on Zoom.
Yep.
Mr. Parrish, go ahead.
There you go.
Good evening, council,
Good evening.
councilmen and women, mayor, Dana Parrish, Greenlee Park, Dearborn Heights. I wanted to address item 9B. Actually, I'm going to come out and say that I am opposed to that, and not because I'm a retired officer, but the reason I'm opposed to it is because you've sort of set a precedent by approving the $30,000, I believe it was $30,000 amount previously. So now it's the motion is going to be brought up to bring it down to 1,500. I don't know what plans or preparations the department has made based on those increase. I do know that as a retired officer and been involved in several critical incidents over my career, that sometimes when those things happen and you're involved in things, some pretty messy incidents, you don't have time to really prepare for those things. And you got to see people and you've got to go to classes. And there are things that come up that are totally unexpected. I don't know what all is involved in the chief's plans for use of this money. I can't really speak to those. But kind of keep in mind that police and firefighters and all your first responders need help. And when they need help, they don't need to wait 2 weeks or a month to get funds to be approved. I also know that the Department of Justice is working with your police department. I don't know if Councilman Ahmad has spoken to anyone from the Department of Justice or not. I'm not picking on him, but before this, before he brings up this, I wonder if he's spoken to anyone from the Department of Justice to see what their feelings are and how they feel our police department has come along. Besides obviously the fact that we're getting more officers, thank goodness. So I'd like you all to consider some of that, please. Have a good evening.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? I see
have
Rachel. Okay. Rachel, can you go ahead? Please state city, street, and name, and you have 2 minutes. Rachel, can you unmute?
Oh, she was.
I know she had
She
unmuted
was unmuted.
first, and then she muted back on.
There
Okay,
you go.
are you on? Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay, so as before, Rachel, do all your questions and then I'll see who's gonna answer what. That's the only question, okay? Okay. Thank you. Anybody from administration that would like to answer that?
Council Chair was added this afternoon.
Yeah, I know. But she's asking why wasn't it on before? And just to be clear, the clerks can only add what they're given, obviously. Yeah. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the public activist had his hand up. I don't know.
But we have our HR director to give an answer.
Good afternoon. I'm Margaret Hazlett. I'm the HR director for the city of Dearborn Heights. I'm speaking as an employee. So we were negotiating the contract, we started negotiating in the spring. And one of the key components that we were trying to work out there at the end had to do with the change in the schedule for the DPW department and how those crews were going to be configured. And so that was the last piece that we were working on. And then in terms of going forward, the union was scheduled to vote on it for Monday evening. And so we were waiting for that to occur before we put it forward to the council. So the tentative agreement that was submitted with another council motion about a month ago when we were trying to achieve this, the parameters financially have not changed at all. The piece that we had to work on had to do with the crew configurement in DPW.
Okay, thank you. And as I understand from the mayor, it passed with 11 additional people that had said yes, basically. It passed by 11.
We're happy that it passed. We go with that.
Absolutely. Okay. I'm sorry? That's not correct. Any other questions? Okay, we have, looks like Hassanon. All right, go ahead. Unmute. You have 2 minutes. City, street name, please.
Good afternoon, Hassan. Are you in?
Hold on.
You want my PO box?
Hold on. 1 second, sir.
Don't call me sir, please.
All right. What would you like to be called?
Never mind.
Today, call me Susie today. Today, I identify my name is Susie.
All right. Identify as whatever you'd like, sir. Susie.
Okay, I just wanted to tell you about the police department. The 30,000, I think we should keep it because we're having a problem with the administration submitting the contracts and this and that and the other. I'm thinking that at this time, I would like to suspend the rules and take that off the agenda for today because the police department, if there's something wrong, you can always know what they're spending and you can always get a copy of an itemized thing that they spent on. When it comes to police and fire, I don't think you should sit there and worry about $30,000. But when it comes to some contract, cement or any contract of any kind that's supposed to be approved by city council, but $30,000 for the police, I think that's fair. So does anybody want to suspend the rules or amend and take it off? Anybody?
Thank you, Susie.
Wait till we get there.
Okay, so just to clarify, the council members, just in case, or even the audience that's not familiar. Yeah, stop for a second. So what the gentleman or what Susie's suggesting here.
It's Tuesday.
Okay, what Susie's suggesting here is we suspend the rules because currently on the agenda that was approved was with that item on there. And when he said, based on what Susie's suggesting, one of the council members would have to make a motion to suspend the rules. We'd have to vote on suspending the rules, and then we'd have to take it off the agenda. So I just want to clarify for the audience what Susie's suggesting.
Council Chair.
Okay, so
Point of order.
yes.
I just to answer the question. I think when the time comes to discuss it, that would be the best time, to talk about.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Susie. It doesn't seem like anybody's gonna suspend the rules and take roll call on your behalf today.
Well, I'm talking to the chair. Are you the chair?
Oh, I was
You're supposed to address me.
Okay, Council Chair.
Yeah,
Can you
at
address
this point, nobody's made a motion to suspend the rules.
Okay, Council Chair, no problem.
Thank you.
But think about when you vote on it, please.
Okay. Okay. Is there anybody else that's on Zoom or in the audience? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and move forward. Next item on the agenda is item 6, fund transfers and current claims.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the current claims and ACH wire transfer 6-1 through 6-49 as submitted.
Just to clarify,
We're eliminating.
including item 8. I know, but when he said 6-1 through 49, that technically includes it, so. Okay, eliminating number 8.
Yep.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydun, seconded by
Second.
Councilwoman Breyer. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. The next item on the agenda is item 8A, Dearborn Heights Public Employees Association Agreement.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the agreement between the city and the Dearborn Heights Public Employment Association and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement on behalf of the city when a final version is provided as outlined in 8A.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Baydun and seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Is there any discussion on it?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
I'd like to thank this administration and the union on being able to find a tentative agreement. Good job to our HR director as well. Thank you for this, and thank you to our president who is here in attendance with us as well.
Thank you.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I just have a question, if I'm not mistaken. There is an item on page 2. It said confidential secretary for HR and should be hired out of CBA. Can anybody explain what is confidential secretary and the HR and what is CBA?
Okay, just to clarify for those in the audience, because I don't want the rumor mill to start flying around. The word confidential secretary is a specific in legal terms. So this is not like confidential as in like we didn't want to tell anybody anything, not like that.
Yes. CBA stands for Collective Bargaining Agreement.
Thank you.
Okay. Did you have any other questions?
Okay.
But what,
Can you?
Sure.
For the audience, what a confident, because I don't want somebody to think confidential meaning like we're not trying to tell nobody that we have this person hired. So can you clarify, please?
Yeah, I think that would be a different adjective. So in terms of the Human Resources Department, we deal with many sensitive personnel matters that have to do with leave requests, that have to do with preparations for some of our negotiations, some of our bargaining, and also all of our personnel files. So we're looking for additional clerical help that isn't part of the union so that we maintain that level of confidentiality in terms of those sensitive items that we work with in the Human Resource Department.
I got a question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director, for coming up here. My question is this going to be a position, so an additional position hired for the HR department?
Yes, and this position was part of the budgeting process and so was approved. But at the time, there was some grievance filed on behalf of TPOAM, who's always looking to protect as many clerical positions as they can, as any union does. And so we worked it out at the bargaining table. But this position was budgeted for as we passed the budget for this fiscal year.
I don't know. Was it? Oh, Council Chair.
Yes, Councilman.
As far as that being budgeted, I think if there was a placeholder.
Yeah.
And we removed our placeholders, I believe, that all the placeholders that.
Yeah,
were
I didn't
agreed
think
upon.
it was approved. I thought it was not.
And,
I thought all placeholders were removed and excluding all the 5% increases.
Also, this new position is a non-union position, all right?
That's correct.
So this was in the collective bargaining agreement. And so you used that to give them something that they wanted, correct?
Well, the position was not in the collective bargaining agreement, and there was some question about whether it should be. So then I bargained for it to not be in the collective bargaining agreement.
Okay, well, this is, that's where I have a problem with this. We're creating a new position, a clerical position, not being a union position. And this is a contract, and I didn't have a chance to speak. We just got this afternoon. Ms. Franks, was it a unanimous vote? Yes? Yeah.
Ms. Frank, I mean, just, answer this question if you don't mind, please. Can you come up to the podium? And HR director, please stay around there just because in case. But just, I just want to clarify something. I don't want to go into, we got to be careful here. We can't go into bargaining and negotiating right now on this contract. It's already, no, his questions will be answered. But we got to be careful. I just want you guys to watch, walk on eggs a little bit. We don't want to start bargaining right now between the union and administration right here inside of a council meeting. But I'll allow the union president to go ahead and answer.
So before she answers that question, I would also like to say that it was my understanding that 3 new positions were added to the staffing from last fiscal year to this fiscal year. The HR confidential secretary, the GIS coordinator, and a paralegal for corporate counsel. So I thought we had those 3 positions approved. There were other positions that were spoken of that did not, but I've been functioning with the understanding that there were 3 additional positions added to staffing from one fiscal year to another.
Okay. You want to just answer? Go ahead.
Councilman Wenzel, and council, our contract passed by majority vote.
Okay. Can you tell us percentage?
I think it's unnecessary. We're democracy and, our membership by majority vote agreed with this contract. So I think that's what's important. And
I would agree not to go further. I would agree not to go further into the collective bargaining agreement.
Correct.
Council chair.
No, one second. But he's saying something in case it's against the collective
I know, but you
bargaining.
should go through the chair though.
I know.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, just please go through the chair. Okay, just 1 second. But you're taking the precaution, so go ahead and give us a precaution.
I would agree that we don't want to violate the collective bargaining agreement or interfere or disclose confidential information that happened at that time. I think her answer is responsive. I agree with council chair's admonition or warning as in the beginning of this discussion.
Okay.
So I would agree as well. So I'm here to advocate for my unit that we did pass it. And there are rules that I don't want this body or my union any touch on unfair labor practice. We negotiated, we came up with a fair deal and we voted it in.
Okay.
Council chair.
Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
I just have a problem in approving this tentative agreement and then it being tweaked after we agree, and then it doesn't come back to us. I mean, it could be tweaked, we've passed contracts before where the unions gave up lawsuits to get a contract. I mean, I'm not comfortable voting yes on a contract that's gonna be changed once it leaves our hands here.
Okay. HR director, I assume you want.
I would love to address
Who
that.
brought this contract to on the agenda?
The mayor's office.
The mayor's office did today?
Yeah. Earlier today. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So, in the time that we've been bargaining on this contract, we've had language in there that both of us included in our proposals when we went back and forth that talks about contract maintenance. So the last couple of rounds of negotiations, there were some clerical issues with respect to the contract. We would also, so we include it, if you look at our TA, we have contract maintenance. And what we're talking about is that we want to number the contract using Arabic numbers versus Roman numerals. We struggled with Roman numerals. We also have places in the contract that just says hold for future use. That's all it says. So we want to delete that. When we delete that, then we're going to renumber, re-letter the articles as that occurs. We also, as you may recall from last year, we had a letter of understanding because there was a mistake in the contract with respect to overtime hours counting toward final average compensation. We've had a letter of understanding that says that, so that going forward, anybody who retired from this group, that we could honor that. We're now going to incorporate that back into the body of the contract. And then the last thing is that there's an appendix in this contract in which we update what your position titles are for the employees in the different employee groups. And we also haven't been able to address that to the last couple contract negotiations. So that's very outdated. So those are the things that we're going to be doing. What you see as strike through and bold and underline, strike through language is removed from the body of the contract. And then the bold and underlined language is replaced in the contract. Then we take the bold and the underline off. We also always do a version of the contract that then the union goes through with a fine tooth comb to make sure that we caught everything and that something else we didn't end up there. And then we go back and forth so that we're both in agreement based on our TA. We're only changing and touching the parts of the contract that we've spoken about.
Okay.
So that's what our plan is.
Councilman, are you let me just make sure Councilman Wenzel's all set.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be on the next meeting's agenda. Give us time to look at it. I mean, we just got it. We're gonna approve something. I don't think anyone's read the whole contract.
Honestly, I didn't read it.
Yeah.
Right, I get that we received it today, but again, just to be fair too, this is a contract that's been going back and forth for quite a while, including multiple closed sessions that we've had on this. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. The other thing I want to point out is I hate to use the words for the first time, but walking through City Hall today and then talking to different members, at least from the union's perspective, they've been pretty happy with this as far as clerical is concerned. So just wanted to point that out. Councilman, you were next.
Yes. This position, Secretary, is it civil service tested or it is?
Yes. No, this is civil service.
It is civil service.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Bedun, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm gonna just leave a quick statement here. I just want to reiterate, I believe to my recollection, and I'm actually gonna go back and look at it, no new positions were approved. And I know you were probably with the understanding on when we approved that agenda item and we budgeted for it, but we didn't.
Referencing the confidential secretary.
Yeah, no position and no increase was giving out until we worked out things for the different parts of the union. But I see that, this was approved, amongst this body, amongst the union. I don't like the fact that this was kind of rolled in there, given to us few hours before the meeting and then asking us to make a vote on that. I think this was unprofessionally given to us. Ultimately, it is actually, it's completely unprofessional, but this union went ahead and you guys voted on this. And if you guys are in support of this, I'm going to support the majority on this as well. But I want you to know to this administration, this was not right the way you guys rolled that in there. So you guys are going to have to come back for a budget amendment and so that we can afford to pay for that position because there was never budgeted for. And I will take that with me to the bank. It was never approved. Hold on, Council Chair. But I want you guys to know, congratulations, and I hope that this does pass. Because I know the holidays are right around the corner. I'm sure there's gonna be some signing bonuses. And I wish it could have been unanimously, but congratulations to you guys on that.
May I respond?
Yes.
Wait, hold on, just a quick second, because I know the HR director wants to say something first.
Yeah.
And the mayor.
Go ahead, HR director.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I think I lost my train of thought. I apologize for that. Councilman Boydeen, I believe our last bargaining session was past the deadline to get something on the agenda for council, and we were still trying to work out. So that's why you received why you received it late, and because according to Public Employee Relationships Act law, currently this employee group is not eligible for retro. So we were trying to do it as quickly as possible, knowing that we had worked out the financial components a while ago, but we had to work out the operational components of implementing the Tuesday through Friday schedule in the DPW group. So the financial parameters didn't change. It was this other piece that we were trying to work out. And again, we missed the deadline because we were still bargaining to work that out. And so that's why you got it late in the way that you did. We apologize for that.
Okay, we're gonna have the union president, then we're gonna have the mayor, then Councilman Abdullah.
I just wanted to address the timeliness factor of it. And I actually appreciated the city and the administration for their willingness to put this through. our members are in need of this and including the financial aspects of this. So their willingness to put this before you, we were very grateful of, especially right around the holidays. Like the impact of this not passing is not great for our unit. So we appreciated it. So I hate that there's flack being caught for that. So I passed it. I was away from my kids last night to pass it, and I'm away from my kids tonight to compel you to pass it. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. So the mayor, then Councilman Abdulhad.
Actually, I was gonna reiterate, I'm not gonna reiterate, but I was gonna say what our HR director and also the union president said. That's the reason why we have to put on the agenda. And they voted on it last night, and first thing today, we're able to put it, send it to you guys. And also Councilman Baidoon, we'll send you, it was approved, and I'll have the chief of staff send you the presentation for the
Perfect.
position.
I'm actually gonna ask the clerk to actually send me the video recording from that day. Thank you. That's what I'd like to see. And if it wasn't approved, I'd like that our comptroller to bring a budget amendment so that we can create that position, so that we're following the charter on the proper steps. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Abdulhad.
Question to HR.
Popular today.
We like to see smiley faces. What are the specifications for this position?
For the confidential secretary?
Yes, you bring in something, we need to know what the qualification. what is the
Sure,
salary?
sure. So we're looking for someone that has a really strong clerical skills, software data management skills, someone who has some experience or exposure to HR, such as familiarity with either labor relations or with contracts, with FMLA, things of that nature. And so what we had targeted the salary range, I believe, was in the low to mid 50s, aligned with the other executive secretarial positions that we have. We were looking for 40 hours a week in terms of the assistance to the HR department. And then all the benefits, time off, things like that would fall under the fringe benefits for the positions that are non-union in our city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Council Chair.
Zoom.
This is like, in Washington, when they have a bill, they want to do a parks bill. And then one side, the Democrats want to say, or the Republicans want, whatever, and the other side says, we'll pass it if you put in repairing the building that we work at. It's nothing to do with parks. And this smells of that. I mean, this is a union contract, and in this union contract, they're agreeing to add a non-union job. I mean, it's like, it's an oxymoron. It's a union contract, and the only reason they're doing it, okay, we'll give you, I don't know the details, and no one does, because if someone votes on this yes today, then you're not doing your job because you voted yes on something you didn't even read. And it's like, we're gonna give you A, but you got to give us this, and not related to union people at all.
The only thing I'd answer you with that, Councilman, with due respect, in any negotiations, and I'm familiar with negotiations a little bit in my day job, that's how it is. You give, you take, you add here, you subtract here, you promise to give this, but then they promise to do this. So it's normal part of any negotiations. So yes, I was not a part of the negotiations. None of us were, as we're not supposed to be, obviously. But it's not that abnormal to, in that negotiation, I'm using hypothetical here to say, okay, we'll allow one person to be hired that's non-unionized, but in return or in exchange, we want X, Y, or Z. And I'm using hypotheticals here. So it wouldn't be illegal. It's all a part of negotiations.
He didn't say it was illegal.
No, I'm not, I'm just throwing myself the word illegal maybe, but I'm just saying it's normal part of negotiations. So it wouldn't be.
It's common.
Inappropriate, very common, very common.
I will tell you this.
And I would add, Council Chair,
to
respond to Mr. Wenzel's apropos question. If we're looking at confidential, it'd be kind of a conflict if we put a union in that position that's going to benefit from the negotiations as well. So then you would have a conflict in that position. That's why I think confidential means I don't want someone that has to go back to union or is accountable to union, but still subject to the civil service requirements and evaluation, as Councilman Abdul Haq said.
Okay.
Council
Any-
Chair, I don't know if you have talked to union people about this contract. I have almost all of them, clerical, everybody. And the major stumbling block was the DPW issue. And I don't know if anybody's familiar with it. You know, they wanted to, in a nutshell, take some union employee, DPW employees and have them work Fridays and giving them Monday off, sort of something like that. So they'd be there for 5 days, someone from DPW. And all I got from the
Councilman,
DPW people
I
were that,
sincerely- I
they-
sincerely-
You're going into the contract.
that
Council Chair, I
that there wasn't enough manpower.
I sincerely apologize. I'm not, you can talk. I just want to say, please be careful
What's in
if
the
you're having
contract, right?
communications with union members in terms of the collective bargaining. If you're having communications with them, you can trigger some problems, Councilman.
That's my job. Sorry.
No, I think we can't interfere with that and we may trigger legal
I never
repercussions.
interfered.
I'm just saying.
I just listen to what they have to say. I'm doing my job. You know, that we represent them. We hold the purse strings.
So what
for
he's
their
saying,
pay.
let me just answer. So he's not saying that he was negotiating with them. He's just listening to what their concerns are.
And I'd like to hear.
Communications back and forth with them. That is negotiations. That is communications. That's the danger.
I know,
I'm just
but,
saying.
but that's part of his job to make sure to protect us in case we're.
Council Chair, I want to make sure that this issue was solved with satisfaction of these DPW workers that had this concern. I mean, if we're going to implement this contract and still, well, hey, people I talked to said, there ain't no way we could do this. We don't have the manpower. Unless they hired 10 more DPW workers in the last, in the last month or something, because they didn't have the manpower to do this. And I talked to everyone all the way up at DPW.
Okay, but the only thing I would say, and I had heard that the DPW segment of this particular union was not absolutely crazy about this, but at the end, democracy spoke and it did pass. And that's what we're hearing from the president.
I just want to say something.
So it is a majority.
I just want to say something to the councilman, and look, I'll agree with you, Tom. This is something that you're disappointed. But ultimately, like the councilman stated here, this was a democracy. And the union has majority asked for this body to support this. And I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't like the smell of this. As much as you don't trust me, I'm actually so bothered by this because I feel like truly it wasn't being transparent with us. That's the word that I'm really looking for. It wasn't being transparent with us. However, it was a win. It was a win for this, for both the administration and this union. And we just have to agree to know that we can't leave them without a contract, especially during the holidays. And that's really truly where I
I
stand.
respect your opinion, Councilman, but how do you know it was a win?
Because the majority voted on it.
Maybe they're holding
Point of
family
order.
hostage. I mean, did you read the contract? I mean, no one read the
Okay,
contract.
but again, on the contract, we've been going back and forth, including some closed sessions and council sessions on that. Councilman Abdul Haq, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to take the council members and the residents. Years back, the city council voted a couple times on contracts before they seen the contracts or kept a copy of the contract. Unfortunately, later on, we found out that some parts of the contracts were changed after the city council voted on it. And I understand the frustration of my friend Tom. I would like to ask Councilman Baidoon if you would modify your motion to approve it with contingent on receiving the full contract.
Well, I just want to clarify, you're talking about receiving and approving?
Yeah, the final contract,
Because there's receive, note, and file, and there is we vote on it.
receiving and voting on it.
Okay.
So hold on, we're gonna vote, we can vote on it today.
Yes,
Under granting that they send us the updated version that's been all ratified by both sides of the party.
yes.
So that we can make sure, well, I mean, if it's already been approved,
Then we're not finally approving.
If we have to
We're
vote.
not
We're not approving it.
contingent on receiving and approving the final contract.
But I want to clarify, that means we're not approving it today. I just want to clarify.
honestly,
that.
I'm not gonna move forward with changing that. At the end of the day, it's the holidays, the majority voted, guys. You know, there was just an election in our community. Let me tell you something. I've taken a defeat and a loss on votes. I have lost an election and I had to accept and understand that it was ratified and you know, there was a different honorable body here and I had to respect and believe in that. Now, if this administration does anything like that, let me tell you something. My eyes are going to be out now. And I'm gonna be asking for that contract right after. And I hope to God I don't see anything messed around with it after. I'm gonna tell you right now.
Okay, so let's go ahead and take this, the motion made by Councilman Baydun, the original motion, not the adjusted one right now. And seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please.
Zuhair Abdahak,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Tom Wenzel,
No.
Dave Abdallah,
Yes.
Mo Bidun,
Yes.
and Robert Katz.
Yes.
Motion carries
Okay.
6-1.
Motion carried. Congratulations. Next item on the agenda is item 9. I'm sorry, there's item 8B. That was added. This is the one that we had a discussion on earlier, and this would be AMD Engineering. So I want to clarify to council members so that we're all on the same page. At this particular point, whoever makes the motion, we are making the motion based on approving the professional services agreement between AMD Engineering Group LLC and the city of Dearborn Heights. After that, if and provided it gets approved, then we would be voting on obviously the payment or agreeing to have them paid.
Council Chair, I would say again, that is not in the charter that you approve the service contract. This is not a contract for public improvements, materials, or supplies. Now, you can approve the company, but for the contract, the approval is still with the administration. Now,
I see what you're saying.
so I'm just, but I think what the council said, to be transparent, and I think that was emphasized. We want to see a contract. We want to see the terms, the payments, when it started, what the conditions are, and that has been provided. Now, I would disagree with trying to say, I haven't looked at 8.9. I looked at 9.1, 9.3, 4, 9.5, and spoke with the AG. The ability to approve a service contract still rests with an amendment being approved to change or add that to it.
Okay.
Okay, Council.
So I was gonna make the motion. Well, no discussion yet. Now, first thing is motion.
Does she have the wording?
No, not yet, because this was added on. So what you would do is you would do like the old school way, right, Madam Clerk? The old school way, which is us council members had to come up with it. So I can help you with that
Is
if
this
you'd
the
like.
one? Is this the one which is attached to the claims?
Correct.
Okay.
So you'd be approving the company.
The temporary contract.
Yeah, temporary, no, just a contract for the services between the city of Dearborn Heights and the name of the company and contract signed on 11/22/2023.
And we move it after 9A.
After 9A,
Yes.
I don't believe so, because this is from the mayor's office. And if you move it to city officials, I guess technically you could, but that's not the spot it would be.
Because we're going to approve something before we decide what we've been talking about all this time. And we have spent 2 months on it.
Okay, but just to be fair, we asked the mayor, and I personally asked the mayor myself personally, and said, and I talked to Corporation Council, have something put together. It can't be on a gentleman's agreement. Have something put together, even if it's just a memorandum of understanding, and have it signed so that this way we have something to go on, and we do.
I have no problem. I'll make a motion to approve the contract,
Second. Well, it's not approve the company.
the company.
The company.
Okay, so motion made by Councilman Abdul Haq to approve the company.
AMD.
Let me just make sure the right name.
AMD
AMD Engineering Group LLC,
I second.
and seconded by Councilman Ahmad. Any discussion on this?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
what's that mean, approving the company? What the heck is that? I mean,
So typically when there's services, the administration goes and gets a company X, Y, or Z for a particular service. The service is provided, they bring it as claims, we approve it or deny it at that particular point. Correct? What's the claim?
yeah, I mean, do we normally
service
approve companies?
No,
No.
but in this particular case, Councilman Abdul Haq, if you remember, we went back and forth on this in the beginning of the meeting, wanted this separated from claims because he felt a contract should not be a part of claims. And I see where he's coming from. But again, on the other hand, we asked for some sort of a agreement so that we could approve the claim that's been brought to the council body by AMD Engineering Group or for AMD Engineering Group. Off the top of my head, I think 3 or 4 meetings, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So I think it's at the point now, in my personal opinion, let's pay this particular LLC and then move on to either agree or disagree with using the services in the future.
Council Chair, and it's only for a few months.
Yeah, it's only through the end of December.
That's what scales.
But covering from originally from June, end of June or July,
Like, yeah.
July 1st.
And again, that was requested by the council and we did exactly what the council.
Correct. I'm the one that requested. So I do
Exactly.
agree with that.
And also, like I said, you know, we gotta reorganize that department to separate engineering. Because we've been paying a lot, even though we never had a contract with a company. I don't want to mention names. There was a company that was working with the city for years and there was no contract. So we put that together as requested by the council for a few months so we can reorganize what's going on here and try to bring engineering in-house to save the city money and the residents. And
Mr.
also
Chair?
the other thing, I'm sorry, and the other thing is there's federal grants that we need a city engineer to sign off on it. That's why we're doing a reorg. Because not a contract, but it has to be a city engineer that actually signs off on the grants.
Okay, Councilman Abdul Haq, then Councilman Wenzel.
Go ahead, Councilman.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, now, when we brought in our own engineer and put him on the payroll, Mr. Mayor, you said that this was gonna save the city money because we didn't have to have a contractor that we're paying. How does this differ now than what we hired him in the first place for? Now, before it was, we're not gonna hire an engineering company, we're gonna hire our own person in-house to save money, but now we're going back and hiring a company.
Council Chair,
Mayor.
you know, I don't want to get into the specifics, you know, about a company that we dealt with and some of the issues that we found under my administration. There's a lot of issues and we talked about them in several meetings. You know, we have several projects that were worked on by a specific company that we're finding out there was issues. You know, even businesses and residents that came up and they said that they've had concerns or issues in the past. So we corrected that. We brought an engineer and we just changed the way that the individual gets paid. That's all. So you guys as a council, you guys approved that person to come in and become an engineer for the city. So all we did is we changed it and then you guys requested to put a contract. So with that, you know, again, you know, I keep going back to the fire department, you know, the fire station. You know, nobody was monitoring the fire station and it's gonna cost, I don't know how much it cost the city back. I don't refresh my memory, Mr. Deeb. And it was millions of dollars that the city paid for a fire station, the one on Beach Daily. But that station has to be torn down and has to rebuild because there was no engineer looking at the project. Even with the company that we were paying was not looking at the project. We have projects that we allow, you know, we had somebody overlooking at something, but they were not looking at the best interest of the city. We have the best interest of the city right now. We have an engineer that is finding out a lot of things. You know, I mean, just to give you an example, we've been overpaying for water sewers for years. And Mr. Deeb just found out, you know, that we paid just in 3 years that we're able to bring back was $350,000 that we overpaid. That's just only less than 3 years. So this is the kind of stuff like we're arguing about just a few months, but he's finding out a lot of things that was not done. And just something $350,000 we're able to get. We can't go backtrack. You can only backtrack about 3 years of money. So that's, I mean, I don't know.
To be fair, Mr. Mayor, not one council member that I've seen or recall has questioned Mr. Deeb or his services. Everybody's done nothing but praise him. So this is not a question of whether he's good or bad.
I'm sorry, if I may, we're hearing from community members, they're trash talking Mr. Deeb because they're watching this. And I want to go on record that he is God sent to the city, you know, because a lot of people are watching this and they've been trashing him. I've been hearing it. Okay, people.
Okay, I've not heard it, so I
No,
may have heard it.
I have. People are coming to me and I'm sure other people, you know, have heard it. But a lot of people come to me and they're saying, you know, is it true, blah, 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 you know, about Mr. Deeb. This is ridiculous. You know, he's gonna talk about a grant that we're able to get millions of dollars for the water meters. And he's gonna talk about it in a few minutes. But I can tell you, you know, this is something we're working on trying to help the residents not to pay extra money. Or, you know, before, you know, we took the $20-some million for the water meters and Councilman Baidoun says, okay, let's get the money, replace the water meters, but we had no money. Okay, take it out of the general fund, but then you have to have the residents pay for it. So he's able, him, the chief of staff, and also the funding Scott were able to get the money, and he's gonna be talking about that. So again,
Okay.
it is personal, and I've been hearing a lot, and this is embarrassing that we keep hearing bad things about our city engineer.
Councilman, so we're all set, Councilman?
No, I mean, I asked a simple question, how it differs, and I guess it's everything but my answer. I mean, why is AMD, are they working exclusively for the city of Dearborn Heights only? That's only our only customer?
Council Chair? Yes. And again, that was created just to change the pay status from one to the other. That's it. But
Now,
strictly
this
city of
invoice is
Dearborn
for
Heights.
which month? This
I
invoice-
don't have the invoice in front of me.
Yeah.
Whatever the invoice
What
is
is it?
in front of you, Councilman.
And
It's October.
October, yeah, it's all of October.
and he's paid up for all the months prior to that, since what, May was it, or?
Well, somebody was withholding checks, his checks, and I believe that he just received that from the last meeting.
You're paid up completely?
Well, somebody
Okay.
was holding his checks.
All right,
for
and then
some
this
reason.
contract is only good through December
of the year.
31st, 2023.
Yep, December 30th, 31st.
Now, some of the things in the contract, I mean, are they negotiable? I mean, it's, and in the new contract, I know there's some things in there. I had some people, residents calling me, concerned residents about some of the fringe benefits in the contract. Is that all gonna be up for negotiation in the?
It
next
doesn't get any
contract?
fringe benefits, Councilman. This is a contractor. The contractors don't get fringe benefits, medical, dental, anything like that.
What about
Nothing,
vehicles?
nothing.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
No, there was something in there mentioned, there's something in there
Oh,
about
for the
it.
vehicle.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he drives, when he's on city business, yes.
Yeah.
Not a personal vehicle, not a vehicle. But takes home. It's when he's on company business, yes.
Okay, any other questions, Councilman?
Council Chair.
You're next. I just want to make sure Councilman Wenzel's all
I'm
set.
good, thank you.
You're all set? Okay, Councilman.
now.
Gohar?
The mayor keeps going back and say it's personal, it's personal. As I promised, I made the motion to approve this contract. And the only one who was really delaying this for 2 months is the mayor in his action by hiding a contract which he had since
Point of order,
July.
Council Chair.
Since July, you did
Council
not
Chair.
want to bring it to us.
Okay,
Council Chair, there was no contract, and I don't know what part. he
There
doesn't
was a
understand.
contract. There
Council
was a
Chair,
contract.
there's no
let the
contract.
mayor finish, let the mayor finish.
There's no contract, Council Chair. I don't know what part he doesn't understand. Maybe he should show you the police report that he filed. He felt it in his heart. Maybe that he felt it in his heart on this one too. But anybody wants the false police report, he did. I have it here.
Okay, this has nothing to do with the police.
No, it
at
does.
this point.
It does, Council Chair. It's just their reputation.
Okay. We all set with you?
I'm
Councilman?
not going to comment because it's going to get ugly, so let's move on.
Okay, Councilman. Okay, guys, gotta wrap this up. All right, go ahead.
Okay. I just want you to know, guys, let me tell you something.
Don't want to hear.
Let me tell you how majority of everybody here feels. Ready?
Microphone's off. I'm just gonna tell you how everybody here feels. We just approved a TPUAM contract. Congratulations to all of them. But in there was throwing a little dagger in there. Right? Inside that little dagger was something that the council had already denied. 100% it was denied by this body. And you know, but it was a win. It was a win on both sides. Go on, move on. This contract going out with Mr. Deeb. Look, Mr. Deeb, I want you to know, you are top notch. But clearly this body here from the council members feel like this is something that's not black and white. There's always a little bit of gray. And regardless if you want to see it as, harassing, or if the councilman wants to feel like it's been going on since July, this body just wants things in black and white and nothing in gray, nothing in between. Just give us everything. And if you gave us everything black and white, we wouldn't have the issue of bickering back and forth. Our meetings wouldn't be going on. Something this small shouldn't be going on past 7 o'clock. This meeting should be an hour long. There's 8 things on the agenda item. But let me, guys, I don't even need a round of applause. I'm just saying, moving forward, there's gonna be a new body coming in here in January. We're gonna be losing the honorable council member, our council president for life, who will be my council member for life, council president. But really, let things just be black and white. I mean, if this whole big fiasco is all because of, from 1099 to W-2, well, guess what? It shouldn't be putting a wrench between this administration and this council. Mr. Deeb, stick to being W-2 and keep it moving, guys. I cannot believe we've spent 3 meetings arguing back and forth, talking about police reports and talking about this. Stop. We look embarrassing.
Okay,
That's all I got to say about this.
thank you. So a motion made by Councilman Moby Dun, seconded by Councilman Ahmad.
I didn't make this, Councilman. I was using.
Abdul Haq.
No, I made them.
Yeah, you did it, Ahmad seconded.
Ahmad, okay. So Councilman Abdul Haq made the motion in regards to this particular company.
Well,
Seconded,
One last thing.
No.
This is a temporary contract to
correct,
December 31st.
correct.
I don't know who wrote this contract. I don't know if AMD wrote it. I don't know if our administration wrote it. I don't know if an attorney wrote it. Well, let me finish, Council, please. And
Wait, let him finish.
That's the guy I'm speaking.
Yeah.
Whoever wrote it, this is not a great contract. All right? We've read many contracts. This contract sucks, to be honest. So I'm going to tell you something. Come January, have a more transparent black and white contract for this body, because I'm going to tell you right now, if you're going to get my support this time, it's because it's a 30-day contract. Don't bring us a long-term contract that looks anything like this. And whatever these numbers are here that's broken down from 10/1 to 10/30 to Halloween, the breakdown of the hour, the breakdown of AMD engineering hourly. Just look, hand us something a lot better than this.
Well, if you can insult the way the wording is, please be specific and give a chance to respond, because wait, now I'm talking. If you don't mind,
Yeah, go for
Councilman,
it.
with all due respect.
Yeah.
I don't think you need to be disparaging if you're attacking a contract. The contract was requested by council members who've talked to me, and we put the terms in to reflect what you say that you like, Mr. Dibb. Okay? It's not reflective of anything permanent, because permanent has other connotations and other things that have to be included in a contract. I appreciate you're saying 30 days, you'll approve it, but really it's the company that you're approving. The terms are subject to change and improvement. And that's what we're trying to get at. But I'm not wording something for you just to say, that's the problem sometimes.
Okay, I
You may
respect
not
it.
agree with me, but we won't go any further.
I respect that. But what I will say, and I just want to give you my last rebuttal, if I'm approving the contract, then we should be going out for FRPs, and we should be approving an FRP based on the top 3 people then.
You're approving the company.
We're approving a company without going out for RFPs. So technically, we're approving Mr. Deeb as a person. You may say it's a company, but in reality, he's an
You're
employee.
not a court pursuant to the charter saying that you've got the power to do that contract, or when the bidding, where the charter doesn't say you do. Now, if you're looking at approving the company, okay, you're approving the company, then you can do another RFP. You can get another engineer. Look at just, but he went through that vetting already. That company went through that vetting already. Yes,
On every single thing moving
the
forward.
second one, the second company that we picked turned it down and recommended Mr. Dibb. And then he came to the third one, yes.
Council Chair, do you mind? Council, can we say we're approving way of payment? Instead of like just a way of payment,
You're approving a way of payment?
this contract, instead of like approving a company or approving a person, just approving a way of payment for the employee?
That's fine.
That's fine?
A way of
I
paying.
don't.
Way of paying is.
No.
That's
Okay,
a company like we put together.
I know what he's referencing. No, I know what Councilman Ahmad is referencing. I don't believe personally it would be appropriate.
Okay.
Honestly, you want my honest opinion? I think the way it pays sounds better.
No more.
I mean, this is,
So again, at this particular, okay, so let's backtrack. Okay, I don't want to go backtrack, but the only reason we have this particular understanding in place is because A lot of council members said, we can't pay an LLC, we know nothing about it. We know Mr. Dib is involved with it, but there's nothing official as far as an agreement. I personally asked the corporation counsel, I said, okay, you don't, he said, because we're still in the middle of talking about the specifics of the contract. Obviously, HR would be involved, the mayor would be involved, administration would be involved, and this LLC would be obviously involved. There were still too many things being juggled. Because of that, I said, why don't we put together at this particular point, just a short agreement for a short time period until such contracts eventually finally put together. That's where we're at.
Council Chair,
Yes.
since you mentioned that, I just want to mention to everybody can know, this is till December 31st, but it has a condition of renewal for another 90 days. If nobody cancels within 7 days before the expiration of this
And
contract.
that's where the mayor, according to the mayor.
No, I'm just saying, I'm fine with it. I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
let everybody know that come January, don't ask for another contract, but because this is gonna renew for another 90 days. So that's all I'm saying.
Right.
Council Chair. Okay, this is what we got here, the schedule of hours he worked. I would like from AMD to bring me at least like any other company, what they worked on. What kind of a project, what kind of business they done. Not just the hours on building, engineering, major streets, local streets, water and so on. I would like to know the specific of those things, like lawyers, like any other company who brings you a detailed invoice, not just hours and here it is. I would like to see that from the heads of department where he worked, because the money, according to what I have in front of me, is coming from those 4 departments. So I need the signature from somebody there to verify the time Mr. Dean and AMD worked on and what project.
Okay, so at this particular point, we're gonna go ahead and go with the approval of this company. The motion was made by Councilman Abdul seconded by Councilman Ahmad. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
I guess we just like to, we'd like to just maybe press a little bit, I guess.
Okay, now, on that, I'm gonna ask either the clerk or corporation counsel to comment on this. Because we could use presumptively, it would be also okay to pay, but I just want to make sure we're following the right protocols. Is there any specific protocols? Do we have to either vote on agreeing to pay right now, or is approving this good enough to go ahead and move forward with paying the claim?
I think approving the.
Put it back on the claims.
Sorry, approving the company where the contract has been signed, approved, I think would allow us to make the payment now.
But I just want to make sure we're following the right protocol.
Approve the claim.
Okay, so is it okay then just, then is it okay then just for transparency purposes and to just make sure we're all clear and all on the same page? Is it okay to count that as claim, just an additional claim, number 50? We'll make it a new claim.
No, keep the original.
Suspend the rules, add this claim on there and then approve it. Or deny it.
I'm just going to address
The one claim.
the one that didn't have my speaker on.
What we'd have to do, we'd have to suspend the rules first. We'd have to add a new item, a new claim. In this case, we'll call it, well, we could call it the same number again. Claim, just one quick second. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I want to make sure how council members like to do this. We'll bring this claim, I don't want to say we'll bring a claim back. We'll suspend the rules, vote on that. Provided the rules suspension is approved, then we'll go ahead and add a claim, suspend the rules again, and add a claim on it, which in this case would be claim 8. And then we would go ahead and vote on it. And then if approved, would be okay to be able to pay this particular LLC. Is that correct, Corporation Counsel? Is that correct, Madam Clerk? Now that's clear. Now go ahead, Councilman.
If I can just suggest, I can modify the motion to add that including the payment, which was number 8 in the claims. That is very simple.
We'd have to say, if that's the case, you want to go that way, you'd have to say formally, a part of the agenda, item 8, whatever it was.
You removed it, so you just want.
Good idea. Is that okay? That's fine. That fine? Okay. So amendment by Councilman Abdul Haq to re-add claim 8.
Are you suspending the rules, Council Chair?
You don't need.
I'm sorry.
We don't have to, technically, we're just making an amendment.
Well, you removed it. You
Right.
can put it back.
And then we're just saying that
So it's not on the agenda right now. 'Cause you
right now,
removed
no. You would rather have a suspension of the rules? Okay.
Okay.
So who would like to make a motion to suspend the rules?
I-
Motion made by Councilman Abdul Haq, to suspend the rules.
I second.
Seconded by Councilman Ahmad. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Next
Yeah.
now, you'd have to suspend the rules to add a new item on the agenda, which in this case would be the payment of item
I
formerly
make a
item
motion
eight,
to add item,
former item
former
eight
item 8
back on the
back
agenda.
on
From
the
the
agenda.
claims.
Okay,
Support.
motion made by Councilman Abdul Haq, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Now, this just added it back. Now we're gonna go ahead and vote. We've already approved this particular company. Now we're gonna vote on actual payment.
I
Correct?
make the motion to approve the payment, formerly 8D and
$16,562.50. Motion
Support.
made by Councilman Abdul Haq,
Support.
seconded by Councilman Baydun. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda
Council
is.
Chair, can we put something in there for the invoices from now on to be, in line with what the treasurer is asking for on these payment requests? I mean, obviously there's an issue with it. The treasurer has an issue with it, and I don't think it's cleared up. From what she's been saying, we're getting one opinion from Corporation Counsel and then one opinion from her. I mean, can't we just do it the way everyone else does it? Have, department head submit, the work done to their department. I mean,
Well,
it's easier for us too. I
I
mean,
get it. So I just presumptively, I presume you're asking basically for a more detailed list of work done by this particular LLC.
Right.
Is that correct?
right, yeah.
Is that doable?
Because I'm doing it exactly the way the rest of them, read all the claims from the.
Yes.
Claims. All the rest of them, you don't see any signatures from any other departments. Read them, all the claims you have, read them. Look at the. claims
Okay,
you have.
Mr. Deeb, if you don't mind, because nothing's gonna be on Zoom, they can't, let them speak.
With all due respect, Councilman, read the claims you have on every time you submit, we see claims, read them. None of them have what the treasurer indicated, not one. They do not have it. You have one signature for a pavement and you have stuff that is engineering work. Yeah, from one department. It does not have the work that was done for other departments. Do you see the signature of, no, it's not. Absolutely not. I can circle them and give them to you. I'm the one who signs them. They do not have the department head signature for every piece. They do not have it. You're wrong.
Council Chair.
You don't read them. I mean, it's so if a consultant is doing work and the work included water sewers, it included engineering reviews, it included other things, she wants every department heads to sign them. That's not even possible. That's not, because that's one consultant doing. I do work for almost every department. I do work for parks.
Correct.
I do work for engineering. I do work for building. I work for, multiple departments. So I'll be spending half the month looking for department heads to sign every invoice. It's not even practical. It's not like I work for one department.
Council Chair, in good
I'm
faith,
thinking what
I
I'm-
know we reviewed his.
Okay, let me,
what he's saying,
Councilman Wenzel,
exactly.
he was speaking first. Let Councilman Wenzel, go ahead.
Thank you. Maybe what I'm looking for is more or less of a breakdown. I mean, say if it's $10,000. Okay, we don't know if it's 10.
Can I make one comment though? This invoice, the way that my invoice was developed, it was actually, I took all the shortcomings from other invoices and the controller can help me because that invoice was developed in the controller's office to assist in trying to assign and allocate costs to each department. So when you see GL numbers and actual work hours work for a particular GL, it was developed in there. That's a spreadsheet on an Excel that was developed by our staff to assist in allocating cost. And other consultants don't go to that level of details. I have all the information you need so you can allocate the cost all in one spreadsheet. And it's tallied by number of days, number of hours, you know, what it was for and what GL number it corresponds to. It has a hell of a lot more information than any one sheet invoice would have. And again, I don't take credit for it. Our staff developed it to aid in the allocation.
Basically, you're saying you're already doing.
That stuff is developed and you know, it's the staff of our controller's office developed it for me. In fact, they keep the main copy. I just fill in the blank. And again, so that it can help allocate the cost and assign it accordingly. Instead of sending an invoice, because we're still struggling now on invoices that came from our consultants that we're trying to allocate the cost to the particular GL because they don't know what GL number is. They just tell you what they did. Plan review, you go figure. Was it pavement? Was it water sewer? Was it the building department? They just say plan review. That's what you approved on your claims. It says, you know, project management. Okay, what does that mean? What is the project management? What was it for?
Instead of having just a general ledger number, could we put down what that department is? Maybe it's.
Well, that's what
building.
I have building and engineering. I have all the costs on the, you know, rows and columns. This is an Excel spreadsheet.
General ledger, I mean, we have to look up what that general ledger is.
Specify what the GL number is.
Yeah, I mean, that makes, I mean.
Specify what the GL number is. Is that what? Yeah, I mean, our people know, I know it because again, her staff is the one that developed it for me. I'm just trying to make it easier. I
understand that. I see where you're coming from now on that.
Deep.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful. Her staff is the city, you're the contractor.
Yeah.
We're using, yeah.
So they developed, I asked them what format will make it easier for them so they can allocate the cost. And that's what they came up with. They gave me a blank format. I need to allocate the cost this way. And I'm following that. I mean.
Okay.
So I thought it's making it easier.
Thank you. Okay.
Really?
Anybody else with a comment?
Just another comment. At the end of the day, Mr. Deep, the same employee, he's been working for the city. We didn't ask about that before. We're paying him different. That's all. That's it. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. So this is for item. You guys are.
8B.
8B, that's what I thought. Okay. We've already voted on it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we're good. All right. Oh, that's right. Councilman Munson, we had it all set up and you had to add something on and blew me off. All right.
First part.
Now, next item on the agenda, item 9A, Councilman Abdul Haq, City Charter Competitive Bid Process Affirmation.
Okay.
Well, you gotta make the motion first. Yeah, whoever wants to make it.
Okay, I'll make the motion.
Okay?
I'll make the motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council affirm the city charter provisions regarding the use of competitive bids to buy all goods and products that exceed $1,500 and to extend the competitive bids to all services provided by consultants, vendors, and any other services to the city. In addition, direct the mayor to get the council's approval for all contracts involving employment, contractors, vendors, consultants, engineering, planning, construction, and legal services before making any payment from the city treasury as outlined in 9A.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Abdul Haq and seconded by Councilman Baydoun. Any discussion on this?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Mr. Abdul Haq. I know this is something that you guys went back and forth. I was not able to attend the last study session on this. Forgive me. But I want you to know, I think $1,500 is way too low. I think $1,500 is not even doable. I just looked up different municipalities. I think a more doable number should be closer to $10,000. At the end of the day, this is the mayor of the city of Dearborn Heights. And I think that we need to be able to give and take on certain things. Now, do I believe we need to know about every single employee that comes hired here in the city of Dearborn Heights? If it was budgeted for, maybe not. But do I believe every single director needs to come before the city council before it's publicized through different media? Absolutely. So I just want you guys to know that I did my own research. I reached out to some of my friends in different municipalities, Malvindale, actually Wayne County,
And Wayne County was one of the main ones. And I said, do you guys hire any directors without the approval of the commission? And they said, absolutely not. So this is our county executive, Warren Evans, the CEO of Wayne County, is not allowed to hire anybody without the approval of this commission. And so this city is just as great as all of Wayne County. And I want to make that very clear. So I support certain things on this. I don't support the $1,500. I don't think the mayor needs to come to us over $1,500. And I know the police chief, for example, had an issue in Dearborn Heights where it was cold temperature. The generator went bad, and he was running around not knowing what to do. And imagine them having to wait on something like that. There's no generator to represent the entire city hall or their entire police department is going to cost $1,500. Let's just be realistic. I think there needs to be a more reasonable number. And I don't think $1,500 is a reasonable number. We can open it up to discussion. Maybe $10,000, maybe $15,000. But I think to ultimately say $1,500, too low, way too low. But that's I know I supported this. But I think the number needs to be reasonable. Look, at the end of the day, Bill Bazzi is the mayor of Dearborn Heights. So we need, the mayor needs to have some type of leeway and some type of control. At the end of the day, we're all part-time here. He is the full-time person with this staff. And like we spoke earlier, a democracy, the people have voted him in. The man should be able to make certain decisions that he feels are going to be best for the city that he was elected to do service for. But $1,500 is not going to give him that capability.
What is the maker of the motion?
Let's go ahead, Conklin.
What does the charter say?
The charter says in 5.3B, except as otherwise provided in charter, the mayor shall have the power of appointment and removal over all directors, controller, commissions, and boards, which are in charge of the several departments of the city.
What does
The power says in the charter is given to the mayor. Now, if we want to change it, my
I'm not-
suggestion, and we talked, I think the proper way to do this, the people, the community passed in 2007, the procurement policies by vote. And then the ordinance followed it. And this language in this motion saying affirms the charter, links it to amending the charter. And I think if you can amend a charter by a motion to amend an ordinance, you're circumventing what the people have decided. Take it back to the people for a vote, do the proper amendment. And the reason I say that is because I want, like you said and emphasized into my head, transparency. And that's what I want. If the people vote to do it, or everything the way it is, then let them do it. If we want to amend the ordinance to change the amount, as Councilman Chair Pro Tem Beydoun has said, the amount 1,500 is too low. Yes, you have a right to do that. But where you're changing the structure of the government here, where you're changing for instance, two parts of the charter. One is this part, 5.3B. The other part is the duties of our corporation council in 5.13I. Appointing assistant corporation counsel, that's left under the charter to the corporation council, not the service contract to be approved by city council. Not the money and everything is approved by the city council. And my position is approved by the city council, but pursuant to the charter, it says that how the service contract is left to the corporation council. That being said, I think transparency based on this motion, and you've got like 5 different changes in 5 different services, changing the mayor. It's too broad. And if we take it as an amendment, as opposed to revising the charter, if we take it to an amendment, we specify every term, yes or no, and we make it impartial, the language, that this is what we're asking the people to vote on, impartial. The language here is partial. The language is confusing and broad, but we are definitely, when it says the language, we affirm the provisions of the charter. What that is saying is we're tying the charter into this motion. And the ordinance, according to Gary Miyake's letter in 2007, prior to the vote, November 2007, prior to the people voting on the amendment, his letter said, I put a tentative ordinance for the procurement, which upon a vote of the people in the November 2007 election, then the ordinance HR, not 9.1, HR 0702 was approved. We can't separate and use a motion to change an ordinance. Think about it. I have talked to, and as counsel did, I did my research with the AG's office, and even talking to Corporation Counsel, Marui, for the Hamtramck City, who passed three amendments to their charter this summer alone for the ballot. They put it together. They got the governor's approval of the language. They got the attorney general's approval of the vote, making sure it was correct on the ballot. And they voted on it, but everyone had a chance to vote on it. Not a majority of 4 people or 5 people.
Okay,
Okay,
Councilman?
you finished?
Yes. And you're next. You want to say?
The $1,500 is clear in the charter that anything over 1,500 has to come to the city council.
The ordinance. Sorry.
Ordinance.
The ordinance, that's the part that gives you the leeway to change the numbers.
So I don't mind to change it to $100,000. The issue is the transparency again.
Right.
And the second part comes from the charter that $5,000 has to go out for bid. I'm not inventing the wheel. I'm just following what's in the ordinance in the charter. And I am willing, if $7,500 is okay, or $10,000, and my colleagues agree to it, I don't mind to say yes on it.
9.4.
My issue is transparency in following what's in the ordinance and what's in the charter. I'm not trying, you don't see anything here, I'm changing anything in the charter. I'm not even touching the charter. I'm just asking to affirm what's in the charter.
When you use the word affirm, no disrespect, you are changing the charter because the charter goes to public improvements, supplies, and material. It does not go to services. So if you want that and and the people vote on that, fine. I'll help write. And I talked to council chair about writing and helping, and you and I have talked about let's write.
You and I wrote a talk today about it. And then we agreed that you're going to bring something from your department and the mayor's that we're going to establish commission to revise the charter of the city. And the public will have the say what to change. Instead, we amend, just Band-Aid. I don't like Band-Aid.
Right.
I like something to be done once and for all. After 1963, we done nothing. So it's time to change this charter, and I count on you. I'm not going to be on the council past December 31st, but I trust that you will bring this to the colleagues here so they can put it on the ballot for people to be elected for a commission to revise the charter. And again, we'll have Mr. Bob, on it because he's the only lawyer here. So that's why, and I'm not going to discuss this more than we did already couple months. I'm going just ask to take a vote on it, up or down.
Well, I would just add to Councilman.
Okay.
We also talked.
Corporation Council, if you don't mind, Councilman Baidoon was next.
Oh, so sorry.
Thank you. That's all right. My question to you is in the 5.3 of the charter that you stated, or the 5.3 that you stated in the charter, you're telling me that the mayor has the right to be able to hire anybody through himself, correct?
If you're talking, I said 5.13.
5.13.
Oh, I'm sorry, 5.3.
5.3 or 5?
Yes.
I'm just gonna go to duties of the mayor. You said direct, I'm saying that in the charter, under 5.3, section B, the mayor shall have the power of appointment and removal over all directors, controller, commissions, and boards, which are in charge of the several departments of the city.
Without the.
Now, whether I agree with that or not, that's what it says. It
I got,
doesn't say-
okay. I'm just going.
Create the position.
Okay. My question is, can he create positions of director?
Thank you.
Now, if you want to create, I think the city council, I think it does not.
Roger, the question is, does it state in there that he can create positions of directors.
Okay, what do you want to say? Does
Nothing
he have the
from-
power to do that?
Susie,
He shall exercise and perform all the administrative functions of the city that are imposed by law. This charter, or by any other city ordinance or resolution. Can you show me where it says that he does not have the power to do that?
I can
I'm
show
not,
you.
I'm not arguing.
I'm saying.
Roger, I'm not
an
going
argument.
back and forth with you.
I want.
I'm getting somewhere with this. I want you to just,
agree with you.
I want you to do, I'm getting.
You asked me the question. and I
Yes.
Answered the question about the mayor's powers. You said that.
Can he
do
create-
Any director. Now, if you're creating department.
okay, I'm sorry, Corporation Counsel, just 1 second. And the audience, please, no talking. Because we're running a city council meeting here, and this is very distracting when we're hearing noise from the audience. Please, thank you.
In the 2007 vote by the amendment, also on that ballot was the separation of the library and the parks and recreation. It was not up to the mayor. It was the vote of the people that set up in that division 4.2. That was on the ballot of 2007 and approved. So it was not the mayor. So it was the people
Okay.
that voted on it. If you want to create departments and divisions, you bring it to an amendment. I'll read to you the amendments by Hamtramck, which dealt with raising
Roger,
the salary.
I'm taking your word. I'm trying to get somewhere with this. Can you give me a second? So can you just answer yes or no?
I'm confused.
Can you answer yes or no for me?
I answered. I think that how if you approve, it's gonna need amendment,
Okay.
set up direct.
My question to you is,
Of the people.
I'm now getting, I'm way off from this guy. My question is, can you hire the mayor according to the charter 5.3B? Is that the mayor has the full autonomy to appoint, withhold to a director, commission, and everything else that you read to me just now, correct?
To appoint or remove the director.
Okay.
That's all I can say.
I'm gonna ask the mayor,
Please, guys, don't talk.
guys, I'm gonna ask the mayor, please, that Josie from the Eaton Center, through your autonomy and according to 5.3B, to please hire her as the new full-time director at the Eaton Center, like this entire body approach. And according to 5.3B, you're telling me now that that's doable. And so if we've already budgeted for it and the mayor has the autonomy for it, why have we waited almost 6 to 7 months?
Okay,
Hold on, because I'm not, let me finish, Roger, please.
Sorry.
Point of order. I'm speaking to the mayor right now. I'm going directly to the mayor. And so I want the mayor to hire this position because I'm gonna be honest with you. We're gonna hire a new secretary and the HR director and the new and in the HR department. And I can't imagine how fast that's gonna happen. Cause I promise you, nobody's waiting 1 year for us to hire a secretary in the HR department. So let me tell you guys, if you have that autonomy, Josie from the Eaton Center should be hired here full time because you can make that decision. All I have to say. You gave me some new information today, Roger, that I had no idea on. I'm gonna be locking in the mayor for a long time. I'm not even going to HR no more.
The mayor wants to comment.
Thank you.
Okay, so from the last meeting, you guys mentioned to bring a specific person without following the civil service process. This is it's not in our control.
Send her to civil service. Just hire her.
Okay, excuse me, there's a process you gotta go through. So again, the charter, point of order. The charter is written for, okay, we also have policies, procedures that we have to follow. And those policies and procedures, it's like for hiring police, fire, civil service. We have a process we have to follow. We have commissions for those. I cannot deviate and hire anybody from civil service position without going through the process. It's already right now, so it was discussed. It was on agenda. I just gotta find out what happened from
December 5th or 7th. It's supposed to be published online. Then you're gonna be able to apply for it. And then we're gonna wait for all the applicants.
Yeah, but
and
it's
then
a
we're gonna
process,
open it up.
Councilman. It's a process. We can't.
I'm just saying, Mayor, here on today, on November 28th at 7:49 PM, according to my watch. I know I'm a couple of minutes behind. Council Chair, hang on. I just want to put it for the record that if I'm gonna think it's so comical that we're gonna hire somebody in the HR department so quickly. We've been waiting, how long? 2 years? I think former Councilman Muscat was talking about this. Mayor, look, I'm asking you respectfully, nicely, I'm smiling at you in good faith.
Me too, I'm smiling.
In good faith. Fix this problem. Thank you.
Okay, so we're not gonna have no more discussion on the recreation department at this point. No, I'm gonna stop this because we're way off track now. We gotta
No,
get back.
that's part of that section.
I know, but this is about a specific person. Let's go back to the motion by Councilman Abdul Haq. Any other discussions on that particular motion? Let's have, in case somebody else.
I really just want to say something. that the city council passed resolution and asked within 30 days that person to be hired and going through the
Going back to
process.
recreation.
And I didn't care who is the person. We asked to go through the process. We didn't ask to plug somebody just because who he is or she is.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other discussions on specifically Councilman Abdul Haq's city charter competitive bid process affirmation, not a specific person being
Council
hired.
Chair.
The process, Councilman.
Yeah, you know, I'm in favor of a lot of, you know, approval of the contracts, and I'm not sure about the mayor's authority or the power to appoint a director or create director's position. But the bottom line is no matter who he appoints or what position he creates, the payments, the funds, the payroll checks to this person have to be approved by city council. And there are some recently appointed people that their pay was not brought before city council. And I don't think anyone up here knows how much these people are getting or the contract, never seen an appointment agreement. So that's what, I mean, that's a big part. You can direct, you know, you can appoint all the people you want. And if we don't approve payment, they don't get paid. So the bottom line is this is all about us approving the payment for these positions. The mayor can appoint 1,000 positions, but it's up to us to determine if they get paid or not and the amount they get paid. And we've been neglected and looked over as far as some of these positions go. And I think that's a big thing because there's positions created that we have no idea what the pay is. And we didn't approve a penny for the salary. Not saying anything that these people do is right or wrong. I'm saying it's our job to watch the citizens' money, the taxpayers' money, and someone's getting paid and we have no idea what they're getting paid or what their contract is.
Okay, so for myself in concept again, I don't want any directors hired without going through city council. I don't want any new positions created without going through city council, provided this is okay and approved per the charter. Where I do have a problem with this, and I think it could become problematic, is at the $1,500 level, it's going to make it very difficult to do day-to-day operations of the city and to have to go through city council every time there's a $1,600 or $1,700 bid of goods or product that has to be purchased. I think it would become too problematic. On the other hand, though, I was concerned because if you remember, this thing went into a longer process or a longer conversation at our last council meeting. And I put together a study session for the next Tuesday quickly so that we could have a full and detailed and constructive discussion about it. Unfortunately, I was disappointed, honestly, that the mayor was not there, the chief of staff was not there. And what we were left to negotiate and talk with was Corporation Counsel Roger Farinha. And with due respect to him, obviously he's an attorney, very knowledgeable attorney, but he's newer to the city. So we didn't have anybody to be able to speak on behalf of the administration as far as why this could be problematic. In addition to that, I know the mayor wanted to keep waiting until Plant Moran would come in, and they were not able to come in until December, I believe 5th, if I'm not mistaken. It sounds like a close time right now, but we've been trying to deal with this thing for about, I think 6-7 weeks or 8 weeks or so. But we were told by the person from Plant Moran, and I'm just gonna take it at face value right now, that they were not available because of vacations, et cetera, until December 5th. It's close now, but it wasn't close 60 days ago. That I found that to be problematic, and it just raised a little bit eyebrows with me. But then I asked that per the Corporation Council, you said you had an Attorney General's opinion. I asked the mayor, and I know he emailed you and said, because I want to see this Attorney General's opinion. I want to see who wrote it. I want to see what they wrote. And we asked for it, and none of us, as far as I know, none of us as council members received it. Because when something is read during the council meeting, I can't speak on behalf of all the council members, but when something's read to me like this, at the Dearborn Heights City Council affirms that city charter provision, there's no way I can sit and assess the Attorney General's opinion just based on somebody reading it to me, and I did not get it.
Well, if you're saying it, I did bring it yesterday to our meeting with us, but we had other issues we were trying to discuss. Basically, they've outlined the laws, but I have no problem. I just don't
So,
it's.
so my end part to this, on my end, and I'm just gonna say for my fellow council members, although, again, I'm in favor of this in concept, I don't like directors being hired. I definitely don't like finding out about them, either A, through social media, or B, through resident call me, hey, what's this new director you've got? And I'm like, director of what? Director of ice cream, hypothetical. And the first thing I say, I don't know what you're talking about. That's honestly, even though the charter may allow any mayor, I'm not referencing this particular mayor, any mayor to be able to do that, I just don't think it's good business. I think it looks so much better to just send an email out to all the council members and say, hey, I'm hiring a director of, I don't know, vacant land, whatever it is. I think it'd be just so much better personally. That's my personal opinion. So at this point, for me, I'm gonna hold off on this until I hear from Plant Moran. But little side note, Councilman Bedun pointed out, that's a tree lighting ceremony. So I don't know if they're still coming in.
I won't be here.
Yeah. Okay, that's my take. Any other council member
Council
comments?
Chair, if you guys want play Moran, you let me know. If you want that day, we can have him come in early.
But I did.
Okay,
No,
no, you just, we said,
Before the tree lighting.
yeah, before the tree lighting. We can do it before the tree.
Guys, I got work. I got a full-time job. I got 2 kids.
And I forward you, Council Chair, I did forward you the email from them.
I did get it.
So this is something. that came from
But then I asked, and I did get it, absolutely. But then I asked the Plant Moran, I said, maybe I'm thinking wrong, but this is how my brain works. Plant Moran is an organization with 4,000, 5,000 employees. And there's Brian Camilleri, I believe his name, was that one that was going to be coming in on behalf of Plant Moran. Side note, we're talking about 60 days ago, couldn't come in until maybe 30, 45 days ago, couldn't come in until December 5th. You know, I found it problematic. So I said, okay, he can't come in. He's got vacation. I'll take it at face value. Let's move forward. Can you send somebody else on your behalf? Anybody, come in and talk to us and give us their opinion. Because again, with due respect to the Corporation Council, and I don't mean that in any type of disrespectful way, because I'd probably be in the same position if I was the attorney and haven't been here 1 year. I may not know all the answers as far as everything, because I may not have enough experience at the municipal level, but nobody else was able to come in. I just found that to be problematic, and I don't have enough information to be able to vote on this, but I'm in favor of it in concept, personally. Any other council members?
Council Chair, so are we still leaving it at 1,500 or are we as,
Well, the maker of the motion was
Okay.
Councilman Abdul Haq.
I can amend my motion to make it $5,000, halfway between what the Councilman Baydun suggested, and just to be flexible, so we give the mayor little flexibility.
I think we can go more than 5,000.
We can,
Let's do 7,500 and you got my vote. I'm like HR out here.
Okay.
I think we can do 7,500. I think 5, even 5 is.
The only thing I'd like to add, no matter what the amount is,
We can
just to be
always check.
fair, and legal, would have to be subject to
Council Pro.
this particular motion abiding by the charter, because if it doesn't abide by the charter, we can't change the charter right here, right now.
we'll ask that.
Not in
Rajan?
conflict with the church.
Yeah, I mean,
Is 7,500 within the charter?
it's not that, it's the ordinance.
The ordinance.
That part. You can change that part of the ordinance, but you can't expand it to service contracts by this motion or legal contracts. You can do an amendment to do that. But if you want to change the amount,
I'm
that's
just
fine, but the rest of it goes together.
You can keep the 5. Go ahead, keep it the 5.
I'm changing the amount just so we can move on. You guys can do it after December 31st.
Subject to the charter.
Anything you guys want, you can do, but inside my heart, I am convinced with that amount is very.
Subject to this being within the approved guidelines of the City of Dearborn Heights Charter.
Doesn't violate the
Not in
charter.
conflict with the church.
Yeah, not in conflict.
Yeah, but that's an opinion that says it's a violation.
Well, but again, that's why I asked for the Attorney General's opinion. We didn't get it.
You're not gonna get an opinion saying
Okay, let's-
how you make the decision on it. They're just gonna outline the law and the procedure.
I know, but corporate,
So, and I've
none of us got it to be able to know what it is, honestly.
Let's summarize what we
Okay.
agreed on, please, and take a vote.
We're spending too much time on this.
What same motion?
Yes, we change it to $5,000 and not any in conflict with the charter.
All in favor?
Okay.
So-
Yes,
Okay, so
And
motion
anyway-
amended by Councilman Abdul Haq, Seconded by Councilman Bedun. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No. Yeah.
Nancy Breyer,
Yeah.
Tom Wenzel,
Yes.
Dave Abdallah,
No.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Mo Bedun.
Does this mean that the mayor can not hire Josie as the director?
Yes or no? Come on, move it on, man.
Point of order.
Okay, nothing from the audience, please.
Yes.
Zuhair Abdahak
Yes.
and Robert Constant.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, motion carried.
Council Chair, I got a question for you.
Yes.
What was your reasoning of voting no?
I don't have enough information, but I made it clear. The reason I don't have enough information, and honestly, I'm disappointed. Because at the last, like I mentioned, at the last study session, which we did for all of us, there's nobody here on behalf of administration. I mean, with all due respect, Roger Farinha represents the city council and administration, so he's not really the go-to person to answer me as far as how this could be problematic for administration. I also said Plant Moran didn't show up. That's a problem. In the Attorney General's opinion, I didn't get it. I don't have enough information to make a decision. That's the only reason I'm voting no. But I agree with it in concept, yes.
So Council
Okay.
Chair, so do you still want to have a meeting with Plant Moran?
I mean, not an issue of the time, but
I
yeah.
think we should, if it's next
So-
week.
Propose some dates, with the council, send it to me.
Okay,
Because I know this is an audit season for Plant Moran, so
Yeah.
obviously, so.
okay, the only other thing, council members, is we can set it on a different day.
I'm not doing
Other than
December 5th,
Tuesday.
guys. I'm
No,
not,
wait,
Let's.
We do
make
on a
it
different day.
In
That's why.
January, let the new council members come in.
you got it.
Okay, but here's the thing with this, and it can be done in January, but I want to make something clear. If nothing else to administration, I'm just gonna be totally transparent. If nothing else towards the administration, even if this passes, doesn't pass, if it does go with the guidelines of the charter or it doesn't, a message has been sent. Directors should not be hired without some conversation or some transparency or some communication with the city council.
Council Chair,
That's the main.
Council Chair, I think the message that was sent was very simple. This body is asking for transparency. That's all it is.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9B. Councilman Ahmad, reconsideration of police department credit card amount.
Council Chair,
Councilman?
I would like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council reconsider the amount of the petty cash credit card line for the police department.
Second,
Okay, motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq. Is there any discussion on this?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Thank you, Council Chair. This motion was approved back in March 16, 2023 by this body, and I was one of the people that voted yes on this motion. The only reason I'm bringing this right now, because it's been on my mind since then, especially when another director came in last time and they asked for an increase and we didn't give that director what they asked for. I think at this point, Council Chair, we need to be fair across the whole city departments with all the directors. But let it be on record by all means. I'm not here to defund the police, like I heard some rumors. This is only the petty cash credit card, which is supposed to be used for like minor emergency. I'm not defunding the police. I'm not decreasing any amount of their training on the
new police chief.
What's that? All right, I'm not having a new police chief. This is all rumors. I'm all for the police department. I'm all for their training. I'm all for whatever they're doing. Great job with the new training they're doing. All I'm saying is just a way of payment should be different. Anything over the $1,500 has to come to this body for approval. I think we need to do something like we did with the other director. I'm okay with that one. Maybe, put a limit and maybe they can, if they need something in an emergency, they can send it to the council chair and council pro tem and we can take it from there. Thank you, Council Chair.
Council Chair, was there any evidence presented of any wrongdoing or any?
No,
reason?
I mean, I said
Oh,
it to be on.
I didn't finish, Councilman. I didn't finish. Was there any evidence of any wrongdoing or any change in circumstances that from March to now, as presented by the councilman, that would support, has that been presented to us? Because I've not seen, like you said, I've not seen any evidence of such. I've not seen anything to that effect so we can properly review it, other than we want to change.
Nothing was presented to myself.
Council Chair. No, I mean, I said it to be on the record. I'm not bringing this because if there's mismanagement of funds whatsoever. I'm just bringing this to be fair across all city departments and city directors. I think we need to be fair. I understand the police department is a bigger budget. I mean, we can work with the number, but I think above a certain number, which this council body can decide today, I think it needs to come back to this council body or.
What you're saying is you made a mistake in March. And there's a reason, without any evidence to say what the mistake was in your analysis and your votes.
Wait,
I'm just
let him finish,
saying,
let him finish.
and
Let him
then
finish first.
I've not seen anything to support that mistake and why it needs to be corrected now, other than I want to change it. I get it. I want to change the police department. I want to take away their money. I want to do something. I haven't seen anything, and that's why I asked. Did the councilman have the evidence to present so we can properly review it?
Okay.
Like you said.
Council Chair, Council Chair,
Councilman
Roger, with respect, man. We're not in a courtroom. Evidence and this and that. The councilman made it very clear. This has nothing to do with evidence or mismanaging funds. To be honest with you, I haven't seen anything from the petty fund. I honestly haven't. But I also voted no on this in March. Well, hold on, but let me finish. The councilman started his message because he has heard rumors and phone calls and emails and texts that he's trying to defund the police, that he wants to put in a new police chief. It's because somebody wasn't hired as a director or somebody wasn't promoted. These are all lies, guys. Well, let me finish, please. This is something that was brought to light because Director Lawrencell showed up here and somebody ended up emailing the councilman saying, well, you guys approved the police department 30,000, or I forget what the number was, but yet you guys gave, the building or the Parks and Recreation Department 3,500, and you guys put restrictions and whatnot, anything over 1,500 still needs to come in front of it. Why isn't it like that with the police department? So the councilman took it upon himself saying, you know what, you're right. I wasn't being fair. This isn't about evidence and mismanaging and doing anything wrong. This is somebody that he's saying, I made a mistake. And look, this might even still not even pass
I
today.
don't want to forget what you're saying. You're saying, when you say a court of law, that's not what we're talking about.
No, we're not in a courtroom.
No, we're talking about documentation and supporting evidence or rationale. I just heard, well, we didn't have this, and we need this information. Yet when you say it, it's because people have called in and complained about things. That's why you're making a decision. But wait a second, did you look at contact the police department? Did you ask? You said you didn't see any wrongdoing.
Yeah,
So what was the mistake in March when you made the vote as opposed to now in November? What circumstances changed? That's the legal side of things.
Yes.
What is the rationale and legal basis or evidentiary basis for this proposal? What is the wrongdoing? Why am I changing other than people lobbied me? That's the question.
Council Chair, hold on. Nothing from the audience. Please, I want you to know something, Roger, and I know you're very, very smart. If I wanted to put a resolution tonight and it was approved that I want a pet dog for the city of Dearborn Heights, and this body approved it for no other reason, the fact that I love dogs, well, then it's going to get approved. There doesn't need to be a certain.
That's scary. That's scary. You're not dealing with the people. You can do it just by yourself without input from the public.
Okay, well,
that's the problem. We want to avoid transparency,
but Roger,
not just transparency among the board.
Roger,
You guys are helping each other one at a time.
He works for the people.
Well,
That's it. So if the people call him, he's
Show
gonna
it.
Okay.
Take it to the people and get a vote on it.
Okay, let me, one second. First of all, I want to make something clear. Councilman Ahmad had a conversation with me. It's not necessarily a mistake. He just had a change of heart, a different thought process, and he wanted to bring this back forward for discussion. Police chief, I'm sorry, just before you start, because Councilman Hawk had asked to speak first. So while you wait there for just a minute or two, go ahead and do a comment.
I have one last comment too.
No, after the chief.
It's good to see you, Chief.
It's good to
Lots
see
of
you.
people asking who
Yeah.
you are, and I'm happy to see you here tonight.
Yeah, thank you.
look fantastic.
Thank you.
My colleague, Mr. Hassan, he's just trying to be fair to everybody else, since the recreation department got approved for approved for $3,500. He likes to see everybody at that point. There was no other reason whatsoever, and nobody wants to do anything to the police department or take away whatever they have. So just to make that clear.
But each department is not equal. Each department has different needs. Each department pursuant to our charter.
We'll give them more
has to
money.
be handled in a different way because they're unique. Now, give me the evidence to show.
Nobody,
What
are you
each
saying they were
department-
unique?
Nobody-
Nobody's claiming there is wrong.
Let's let the people look at it.
Please.
And
Let's
but
let the
you,
chief
you
speak.
obviously
Stop
either
saying that.
were not reading it when it
You got
came
point
in
of order. Okay.
March.
Let's go ahead and go with the
So
chief.
let-
Go ahead, chief.
How are we debating with the core council though?
Okay, let the chief speak. Go ahead, chief. Everyone knows?
Oh, you're all right. It's a good break to have.
Thanks, Lou. You're the icebreaker.
Lots of passion here tonight. So I don't want to get into the part of pitting myself against, let's say, Parks and Rec.
No.
Right? But I do feel that it's a valid point to bring forward the fact that our police officers have the ability to take someone's freedom. We operate a jail. We impound vehicles, right? We use force, right? The appropriate amount of force when we need to, right? We carry guns, we drive cars very fast on calls, on emergency runs. So those all are very unique liabilities, right? That we have and that we carry with us at the police department. And I'm not offended at all by this because I feel that this is your responsibility. And when I first came here, and I specifically remember having the conversation with Council Chair Abdallah, that I don't want your unconditional support. You should question, you should ask, right? We should have these discussions. I didn't know about this until yesterday when we were going over the agenda with other department heads. So it did catch me a little bit off guard. Because I did promise council that we would have a policy in place on when we use the credit cards. And I confirmed with our treasurer that we did develop a policy on the use of a credit card because you gave us a very wide, right, berth here of $30,000. So we are a little bit unique. And I just want to share in your mailbox, you should have your email. You should have a communication that I had drafted back on November 8th. And I just wanted to confirm with the mayor today that you had all received this. And I feel that we all have a lot of passion. We want to move the city forward. And we have a lot of great work that's happening right now with the Department of Justice COPS office. It's the Community Oriented Policing Services office. We're working in a partnership with them, right? It's a partnership. We're the only police department in the country right now to undergo this organizational assessment. And in this memorandum, I've outlined, first of all, I thanked you all because without your support and the mayor's support and Margaret and our negotiation team, the contracts that you've approved for the police department, we have some TPOM members within our police department that were excited about this and ready to move forward this morning when I talked to them in their new contract. So I want to thank you for that partnership because you're removing a lot of obstacles that are preventing us from moving forward. You're treating our employees with dignity and respect. They're getting proper raises. We're really looking at all aspects of the police department. So without your support, I can't move the police department forward because it's not my department. It belongs to the city. This is not my organizational assessment. It's not the mayor's. Quite frankly, it's not yours, but I do need your help and the mayor's help in moving forward. So I want to get us to a point where we see each other as partners, as we're more transparent, that you feel comfortable picking the phone up and giving me a call, because there have been some great questions that Councilman Ahmad had brought forward to on Sunday, I believe it was, about some invoices at Ali Brothers, right? Where the backup material somehow didn't make it through to you. That tells me you're reading the packet and I love it, right? And you're asking those questions. So we're trying to build this consensus, this transparency and this partnership with us right now. And that's what my message on November 8th was, congratulating those who were elected or reelected to council, and then coming up with ways that we can get you to come to our management leadership stuff. But really, our message moving forward is, and yes, I was gone for several weeks, right? I had a heart attack. I had an infected tooth. I had to have oral surgery, and I had cataract surgery less than 2 weeks ago. So my check engine light came on hard, right? And I'm
Glad you're here.
Well, thank you. And in that time, it just seems like things kind of, took a nosedive. So the mayor has challenged me to find ways where we can come together and move the department forward. So how do I need your help, and how does this parlay then into the credit card? Is we have 6 focus areas that have been identified by the COPS office. And again, this isn't mine. I'm not part of these conversations. I believe some people were at a community meeting that the organizational assessment folks, and I see that you shared that, and I really appreciate you sharing that. I'm left out of this. I don't make the room reservations. I don't sit down with the employees. This is subject matter experts, a team of about 12 people. And I'll get back to how the $30,000 really is needed. So through this organizational assessment, they've met with all the employees and myself and some community members, and they've come up with these 6 areas of focus: community engagement and problem solving strategies, accountability and oversight systems, recruitment, hiring, retention, and promotion practices, employee safety and wellness, organizational learning and data informed practices, and internal and external communications. So if we were to reduce the amount right now on the credit card, it could slow down, right? We're just starting to get some momentum. I have an implementation committee that we've put together at the police department. There's, I believe, 19 employees that are on the implementation committee. We've recently identified our mission statement, and that is in the email that I sent to you, and it's going to be on our website very soon. And pretty soon on the back of our cars and on our business cards, our mission statement is partnering with our community. So we have also developed our core values together through this implementation committee. And we're really starting to move the organization forward. And I get it, $30,000 is a lot of money, right? But please understand, we are at risk if we don't properly train. If I have to use my credit card again, right? And I think I shared that story about Frankenmuth. Well, I'm in the hospital for a few days and I was supposed to go off to the Chiefs conference. I used my credit card last year to secure the room, and I took a $400 hit because I couldn't go to the conference. But now it's on my credit card and I paid the bill. So there are so many unique areas here where it's challenging for us if we take this amount down. If we have a couple people that go to a community-oriented policing school, right, and we have to get them rooms, we're above our limit.
Can I ask one question?
Yes, sir.
Right, and then by the way, you got me so inclined with you, like I didn't even want to interrupt you, but one of the reasons that when we spoke in the March, and I don't remember what it was that emergencies things happen where you need to book a hotel. So I need the petty cash, whatever it's called. And my stance was on it. And so my question to you is, I want to move this organization forward. You're doing a great job. This organization, things you guys
We
do.
are.
We're doing a great job, right?
Yeah.
Why don't we, why aren't we just not planning ahead? Saying, hey, we're gonna do this. I need council. This is gonna happen in 2 months. Council, I need you to approve of it now. One of the reasons that I also argued with it, and I know you have a policy plate. Let me tell you, Chief, I honor you. I know you do great work. But I've not seen anything spent out of that card. I don't even know what was spent. I have sworn a fiduciary duty to the city. And like you said, 30,000 is large.
Yeah.
And I don't know what was ever spent on that card. I don't think anybody in this body was ever informed how much was spent on that card. It passed.
Yeah.
But I want to go back to Roger. The councilman feels a certain way, not because there's any legality behind it, but feels a certain way that this might still pass today. It might not even pass today. But if he felt a certain way,
Are we running it by emotions? Are we running it by feelings? Because I have feelings, I don't agree with certain things, but I respect what you say. And I look at the evidence to back it up, and I present you with evidence, or I sit down with you to show you evidence, but I don't go by my emotions and feelings, although I care. So You saying that you don't just go by emotions and feelings.
Well, I'm gonna give you quick evidence.
Yeah.
Our very own honorable, one of a kind police chief just said that it is an extremely large amount.
That's not the whole sentence because he didn't finish what he was saying.
I
about.
understand
You
that.
asked the question.
But we can take that.
You asked a question to him about where it's being used and what's being done with it, and he hadn't finished the answer.
Look, I didn't
But
go law school. I'm not
emotionally-
gonna win the debate with you, but I can tell you is if we wanted to approve
I don't want to debate you.
for pink carpet in City Hall and it gets approved, we're gonna get pink carpet at City Hall. Pick
No,
something
you want to
else.
check with the people. Do we need it in there? I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I think, I mean, emotions are, when I first saw it, quite honestly, I looked at it and I'm like, what have we done wrong? Right? That was my first thought is, did we do something wrong? And I asked the treasurer, is today only Tuesday? Yesterday, hey, listen, we developed a policy. We're following the policy. Have we had any issues with it? And I believe your answer was no, right? We haven't had any issues with it. I don't believe we spend $30,000 right every month. Yeah.
Get the statement emailed by the council members. I've been doing that for last month.
Yeah. But it does. It brings back a lot of.
Check with me because I don't know if I have a machine.
And it also brings forward a lot of other questions, right? Like your question about Ollie Brothers reminded me, we've never gone out for bid for uniform contracts in the police department. That's wild. Towing services, right? So these are all big things that are on our list that we're trying to give that transparency piece and go out for bid on. So what this credit card does for us is it allows us to get that training and those moments where we can, people are really not into invoicing much anymore. Yes, sir.
But I think the councilman's main question, first of all, in answer to Rogers, due respect, you don't have to have evidence to bring a motion forward. You could just bring a motion forward just because, nothing else. They can.
That's not what I'm saying.
I know,
I'm
but
saying something of this with the motion of challenging something like this, as opposed to pink carpets.
yeah, but
You
again,
know?
it was just, they can. It's
Yes,
part of
yeah.
their rights, and he did. But all I need from you, police chief, is there's been some discussion amongst the council members, really not so much whether, do we give the right to the police department to spend? No, that's not the issue. The issue is, should the amount be X, in this case, 30,000, or should it be Y or Z? So if you don't mind answering for us, what is the amount that you do need? And it could be 30, I don't know, that you do need to survive and get your work done, as opposed to going through city council body. Like, let's say I'm just gonna use a hypothetical number. Let's say we set $5,000, but anything between 5 and 28, I'm just using hypothetical numbers. You have to go through, kind of like we did with the recreation department. You have to go through and get approval through the mayor, the chairman, and council chair pro tem. So this way there's transparency and there's checks and balances. That's where Councilman Ahmad is coming from.
Yeah, and I don't dispute that one bit. And this is fully within your purview. This is what you're supposed to do, right? Set these
Right.
limits. This is where you sit down and have these discussions, right? The part where personally, right? Because there's a lot of emotion. There's emotion in just about everything we do, right? We've had a lot tonight. Did I do something wrong? Have I violated somebody's trust?
No.
Right? So I just want to know what the rules. Yeah. I just want to know what the rules are. I could tell you, the communities that I've been involved in, there's a very quick and dirty sheet, right? And it says anything under $999.99 or less, you have to have 3 quotes, blah, blah, blah. You fill out the information, you send it through from 1,000 to 5,000. Department heads can do it, but you have to have 3 written quotes and then anything above a certain amount. That's what I would love to see, because no one has really been able to provide like a quick and dirty one sheet. This is our purchasing policy. That rule is missing. That guidance is missing for me.
But for today's motion, is there an amount that you could live with, or do you feel you still need the 30? That's what the main question is.
Yeah, I Council Chief.
Go
Thank you, Council Chief. I mean, I respect all the stuff that you said, and I salute you for all the great stuff you've been doing at the police department. But are we doing training for 30,000 every single month. I don't think we are, because today we just approved a claim for 3750 for training for 5 officers, which was pre-planned, which is, I agree with Councilman Baydun that we do need to be planning stuff and we do need to know about it. So like I said, I didn't bring this here for any bad intention or any mismanagement from your command office whatsoever. I just wanted to be fair across the board with all city department. I mean, we need to treat, and I said the police department budget is way bigger than the other department, but we have to be fair with all directors and department as well. But you just said we need to work as a team. So by you telling us exactly what you're looking for, we're gonna approve it, but at least we're on the same page, working as a team, knowing exactly what you guys working on, what you guys looking to train on, all this stuff.
Yeah. We don't even know, you need to know what you're voting or you're training on. Yeah.
I mean, I would love to
Do you
see
know
it because
what our
this makes me
average is?
proud, to be honest with you.
Council Chair.
How about we just do 10,000?
There you
Can
go.
we just do 10?
There you go.
Council Chair.
Because 30 seems to be kind of it's not a goal of mine to hit 30, right? Every month. That's certainly not it. But I feel 10 is something that's very manageable, right? It's being fiscally responsible from your perspective as well with the citizens. Money. So if something happens where we need to address that, then I can come back with you and I can ask for it, right? To be readdressed.
By all means, Council Chair, I mean, we can do the same thing we did with Director Larencel. I mean, they can just email the Council Chair and
Council Chair.
Council Pro Tem for anything extra.
But, okay, so I spent time, I was military police, so I know, okay, actually, just some of the stuff that, the police officers do. Okay, so one of the things that we're not looking at, okay, so the police department is responsible for the safety of the whole city. Residents, businesses, non-residents that come to the city. So if anything happens, okay, the police department should be able to, I mean, the chief mentioned it, but they didn't really go too much in details. You have a shooting, the officers, the first thing you gotta send the officer to the training or even just go somewhere that they can actually talk to someone. Because it's not a good situation for an officer to get into a shooting. So you guys, what you're saying is you want us to wait for something, those are emergencies only. This is not something like, okay, we're planning on getting to a shooting few days from now. If it happens, the chief or the directors, they want to send somebody to anything like training or, have to seek help. They shouldn't be constricted or anything that happens, there's, you purchase parts for vehicles that we have to get vehicles up and running. You have holidays, you can't get through us, to go through the chair or whatever to get approval. So the police is responsible for the whole city, the whole safety and security of the whole city. So if you guys put limits on the police department, just be cautious because this is very, very careless. I just want to make sure that you guys really think about the repercussion of limiting how much money. And again, this is not, we're spending 30,000 every year or every month. This is a max. And, obviously, the treasurer said that she's sending you guys the invoices. So you guys can look at that.
Okay, Council Chair, Councilman Ahmad first. and
Council Chair, thank you. With all due respect, just I want to mention thing to the mayor, with all due respect, if you're sending somebody for help after a shooting or whatever, we're not paying with a credit card. They're going to send an invoice that we're going to pay later on. We're not paying, you don't pay a doctor with credit card.
It's not true.
Council Chair, I want you to keep something in mind. Police Chief, Hart and Mayor. I've been on council for 3.5 years now. December will be, man, wow, I'm getting old. And yeah, 3.5. So I want you to know, in those 3.5 years, one time I have voted on no on a police department thing. One time. And it was just this year. And it was on the chairs. And I felt, I swear I went home and told my wife, man, did I make a big mistake? Because my wife is watching right now. And I said, I wonder, like did I make a mistake here? And, after further discussion, I said it was just chairs. Like I even said buy chairs, just don't spend whatever X amount of dollars. I forgot what the number was. So to tell the mayor, I don't think whomever moving forward is like the chair or the council pro tem or the mayor is ever going to vote no and saying an emergency fund. Hey guys, I need to do 1, 2, and 3. I don't think anybody's ever going to say no to you. I think it's more of just being able to have that transparency. And I think if you spoke about something today, there's a lot of emotions in today's room. And I think it all goes back down to just This council and this administration and this body, everybody just wants transparency. That's all they're asking for.
From the public.
And the public, I think that's all they want.
So there are some, and I appreciate your comments. And the chairs, yes, I have a lot of upset dispatchers, right? So what the mayor's challenged myself to do, and I've challenged the directors and the other executive staff there, is we have to tie all of our budget requests to these 6 areas of focus, right? And that gives direction for council. Like, where does this fit in? Where would these chairs fit in? Let's say with these 6 areas of focus, when you guys get this, employee safety and wellness. Because our dispatchers are sitting in those chairs for 12, 14, 16 hours, right? Day in and day out. In the lease program was a really cool deal. Hey, listen, we could have done a better job presenting that information, right? So that's the challenge to us. The mayor challenged me. I'm challenging our directives. So anytime we have a request for you, look at the Star Chase that you approved, right? How much national attention we've had on that program. That falls into employee safety and wellness. So many different, categories here. So we want to be able to tie that back to those 6 areas of focus. So when you get something, you could say, hey, listen, this means something because it's part of these areas of focus.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go ahead and take this thing to a vote unless somebody has.
Council Chair, I just have one question.
But
This credit card's used for repairing police vehicles?
I believe we get purchase orders for those. So we now, what was happening before, for those that may not know, is we had a certified police officer driving our cars around to get them fixed, was dropping them off for oil changes, tire rotations and what have you. So we were able to work with TPOM. We posted a mechanic's job. We have a two vehicle maintenance bays at the police department with vehicle lifts. So we had a mechanic, Glenn, transfer from DPW to our police department. So he's taking care of a lot of those issues right now. We were able to redeploy a police officer back to police duties. So I can't give you an answer right now whether it is used for the repairs of the vehicles, because I believe those are on purchase orders, right? They're separate. But if we did have an emergency, yes, right? There is one auto shop, I believe, in Westland that won't do business with us anymore because we owe them money, right? Because of the invoice system. So I don't know the history there, but if I had to get a car fixed, yes, we would do that.
Okay,
Council Chair,
With-
so it's $10,000.
well, that's what I was gonna ask Councilman Ahmad if he's changing if he's amending his motion. Are you amending your motion, Councilman Ahmad?
Yes, Council Chair. Chief, you're comfortable with $10,000?
Yeah, yes.
You see great communication. Everybody's fine about transparency. Look, you might even get a unanimous vote right now.
Positive
Roger, you see
energy.
that, Roger? We're not in a courtroom. We're not arguing. You're supposed to work for me as well.
I'm impressed. I work for you. Yeah.
I'm impressed.
All right,
I want pink
so
carpet.
motion by Councilman Ahmad, motion amended by Councilman Ahmad and seconded by Councilman Abdul Haq for the amount to be $10,000. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
Thank you, Chief.
Next item.
Thank you. Please read that communication I sent because there's a lot.
522, I got it.
By the way, I didn't get no email.
You didn't get it today?
You
All
sent it to the wrong, you're sending to the wrong amount.
Well, I said stuff directly to you guys. So, because I know that
No,
there's that
remember-
city community.
Remember the last time you said you had it in some sort of a group thing
Yeah.
that didn't go through for
Yep.
whatever reason?
Yeah.
Maybe
So-
that may have been the
Yep.
reason, because I checked my emails all the way up to about 5 o'clock and I didn't receive it.
I received it at 5:22 PM.
Okay.
But I was getting ready to come here. And so I told the councilman whose car's broken down, I wonder if they're in Westland, I don't know where it's at,
Yeah.
but I asked him if he was, did you get the email? And so he goes, no, I never got it. I said, let me see if you're on there. I think respectfully, you put in the wrong amount.
Yeah. All right. I'll
Okay.
check for it.
Chief, Councilman Abdul Haq has a question.
Chief, thank you for being here tonight.
Yeah. No problem.
Makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
I noticed that there is a Pat Milliken contract, I believe, around $5,900 for repair of police cars. Is this monthly payment fixed or depends on the repairs we do?
I would have to look at the invoice to find out exactly what it is. We have found some really serious issues with some of our cars, right? Which I think I've shared some
That
photographs.
is it true? I hope
So-
you come up with some new.
Our mechanic he's just been a godsend to us. He really does a great job. And it really helps our internal customer service and it helps our citizens because who wants to be driving around if a police officer has to drive with lights and sirens on and we have a hole in the frame, right? And bad things happen. So I appreciate it very much. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys. All right, now we got, next up, we have 9C Treasurer Hicks Clayton, City of Dearborn Heights Remote Collection Sites.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad,
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the following city remote revenue collection sites: Caroline Kennedy Library, John F. Kennedy Library, Canfield Recreation Center, Richard A. Young Recreation Center, Eaton Senior Recreation Center, Berwyn Senior Recreation Center, Dearborn Heights Police Department, 20th District Court, Department of Public Works, as outlined in 9-C.
supported by Councilman Abdul Haq. Open up for discussion.
Just a question. What is the benefit of having all these places?
The benefit is for convenience of our residents. So for example, say the Berwyn or the Eaton Senior Center, when they they can pay for a trip there. They can pay for their ticket for the holiday party coming up there. And so they're passing it and they have internal controls that we've already approved. And it's part of the process of the internal controls that we have in general for the city of Dearborn Heights, and it's approved by the Department of Treasury for the state of Michigan. So it's really a matter of convenience, because otherwise, if you only have one payment center in your city, which is the treasurer's office, they're going to have to come here. They're going to have to come Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. It really limits it, even though we do have online presence as well as kiosk, but we're trying to make it convenient for people to pay and participate.
Thank you for that. You're doing a great job.
Council
Thank you
Chair.
so much. Councilman Ahmad.
Madam Treasurer, so these collection sites, are there people there or are there like machines you're talking about? Just
No,
drop
these are people.
people?
Yeah, so that's part of the process. But yeah, and these actually have been around for, way before my time, by the way. It's just that we put the internal controls more in place and working with Michigan Department of Treasury on that. They have an internal control checklist that we work through. So, just making sure we're
So
compliant.
since we have the two libraries and I guess the district court, are they open on, like they're taken on Friday and Saturday too, or?
The libraries can, because they're open Saturday and Sunday. That's normal. Library doesn't do a lot, but like paying for fines, for example. You get a
So
library.
they can do
fine.
Sundays too?
Sure, yeah. So, and then the only thing that I require through the internal controls is that they're coming in weekly or frequently to, bring us the money and the records.
Thank you.
So we can reconcile.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right. Any other discussion? All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? The ayes have it. Next up, we got 9D, Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Deeb, CDBG DR Round 2 Grant Design Agreement.
Council Chair,
Councilman Ahmad.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the proposal for CDBG-DR Round 2 Grant Writing Services and authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the agreement between the city and Wade Trim on behalf of the city as outlined in 9-D.
Second.
Supported by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on that?
Who's doing, I'm sorry, Council Chair,
Yes.
who's doing the writing services?
Mr. Deeb?
Wait, Trim.
I think it was $16,000 for weight trim. From what I read, correct?
Yes, sir. So what you have before you, council, is Councilman is the round 2 of the CDBGDR. I believe two meetings ago, we brought in the first round approval. And we met with the staff of CDBG Disaster Recovery, and we became aware, or they told us that round 2 is coming available, and we got excited because round 2 is where we actually wanted to do the actual mitigation efforts of the Ecorse Creek. Things like the dredging, possibly the stability, the capacity enhancement, the outfall modification, as well as CSO improvement. So we got excited to go after round two because this is where we actually have shovels in the ground, really. And so this is the application process. The memo itself, where it says grant design agreement is not really clear. This is just the grant, going after the grant. This is the efforts that it takes for us to make the case to go after the grant. And the amount is 10,200, not 17,000. So that's basically going after the phase two of the same grant. That's the fee, that's the fee the consultant will charge to go after the funding.
Council Chair,
Go on.
how come this wasn't dealt with through the Scout program?
It did, it was.
So I thought it was $6,000 per grant.
That was phase one. This is phase two.
This is what's the 10,000? Why is it not 6,000 again? Or I don't understand what.
No, this is different efforts. We're going after more. So the first phase was completed. Now this is a second grant. This is a new effort. And the new effort requires more work. And that's what the fee is. So, I mean, this is just going after grant money.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not all for that. But when we approved the Scout program, it was $6,000 per grant. That's all I remember. I don't remember anything additional for next level.
There is no flat fee per grant. I don't recall seeing that at
Yeah, it
all.
was $6,000 for every grant that they
Application, sir,
Yeah.
not to make the case. This is the engineering effort to make the case to get the money. That's not the grant
They
application.
found the grant for 6,000 and now we're paying them 10,000 to write up the
Well, we can skip looking after the grants, but as the mayor indicated, I have an update later tonight that it shows great efforts, results of major money that we're getting. I do not suggest we skip. We have a policy now that we're going after most of our infrastructure needs through government grants. And I don't suggest we stop that.
Oh, no, I didn't say that. I mean, having them find the grants was, and then applying for them, I wasn't aware that there was an additional cost for that process. I mean, why don't we take care of that in-house?
Because so the next grant application, there are specialties and you don't have the staff to do that. There are things that are very, very specialized. Even and the next item on your agenda, even our consultant had to hire specialists. So there is a sub-consultant to the consultant because they are specialists. So they require things. If you want their money, you got to do it their way. And they require things that you can't even imagine.
Okay, so
I'm doing citywide historic preservations, archaeological a study of the city of Dearborn Heights. Yes, sir. That is a requirement. If you want their money, you got to do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm doing one.
Okay. So we paid them the 6,000 initially when they found this grant, correct? And now
they got the first phase.
Yeah.
Now we became aware of a second grant becoming available, and this is what it will take to go after it.
Is this the first time we did this process?
Yeah. Yes.
That's because I didn't recognize it.
It is the first time. So there are a lot of things that you're going to see that we're doing for the first time, but they're paying off. And I'm going to go through details later and you'll see paying off quite a bit.
So motion made by Councilman Ahmad, seconded by Councilman Constant. Any other discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Deeb, I just want you to know it's $56,000 that we signed up with the grant program. Or it could be just north of 50,000. And now we're giving away trim $16,000 on the second phase of doing this right here.
Where did you see 16,000? I don't see it. It's 10,000.
Oh, we paid 6,000 prior to it?
We paid 6,000 for the first phase and this is 10,000 for the second phase. It's not.
Okay, so it's a total of $16,000.
For two, one for 6 and one for 10.
I understand. So two, cost us 16,000.
Right.
Plus we have another organization that we approved for just this year to do our grants. And we're gonna remember the
He's talking about the scout program.
Scout,
That was
the
the,
same
that
one.
was the 6,000. The scout
I
program
understand.
was the weight trim. It was weight
Same
trim
company.
6,000, so it's not a second one. It's the same
I
one.
understand that. So why is Scout charging you an additional $10,000?
Look, you can deny
I'm-
this.
I'm
I'm
just
just
asking
saying, this is, so each
Hank,
step.
guys, why is it?
No, I'm just saying, the options are, we have a base contract, and every time you give them an assignment, we get a proposal for what it will take to do that assignment, and I bring it over to you for approval. I mean, it's
Director, I
not,
think what he's trying to get clarified, and I understand his concern, is why is this particular amount not within the context of what we originally agreed?
What's the point of the
upon with
contract?
them?
okay, wait. So this grant, this CDBGR, DR Phase 2 wasn't even on the radar screen. So there is no way possible the consultant's going to give you a fixed price for every possible grant that you can come up with in the future, and that will be included. It doesn't work that way.
I know, you know what they told us, that they were gonna go out and they were gonna find grants for us, and
They are.
there was a certain
And they have.
percentage.
They
And
are.
they have, and I, don't get me to, so I'm not supporting a consultant. I'm gonna give you I have an update later tonight. I'm following the program here, and you will see, you got 100 times more than what you pay them. At least 100.
Council Chair,
So let's go ahead and take this.
before again, do you think we can go back and tell them instead of the 10-2, just another 6?
I don't have the
No.
time. No,
Yeah,
you,
we
you
have-
miss on the grant application. That's.
Did you?
Did we vote on this yet? No.
Council Chair, just,
Uh,
just real
Wait,
quick.
Councilman Mayor was
Okay.
first and you're next. Mayor, go ahead.
Council Chair, I mean, Mr. Deeb just, said it perfectly, but also we're talking millions of dollars that we have coming in. So they're applying, the more they apply for grants, and again, we gotta talk about some great news for the city of Dearborn Heights. That's not costing residents a penny. And, we're not increasing water rates, we're not increasing sewage rates. So we got a lot of money coming in, guys, and this is very petty. But the amount of work that these guys are doing, and you're gonna see it, we gotta talk about it.
Why are you call it petty?
It is for the amount of money that we're receiving. We're
We don't know what
receiving-
that money is receiving.
Well, we
It's
gotta
still a
talk
hidden
about it.
secret.
Give us a few minutes, we'll talk about it.
Just say it. I mean, we're.
No,
No,
we have
there's a-
Building up.
Oh,
Council Chair.
Don't worry.
Council Chair.
Councilman,
Yeah, we got it.
I don't think anything you're
I think,
petty.
I think what's lost, I'm not a big fan of the scout giving them $6,000, whatever, because our department has to. But the 10,000 is just like if Director Lawrence Sell found a grant for some big park deal. And they'll say you got the grant or you apply for it. Now you got to come up with the specifications for that. So you got to pay to have that done. And that's what this 10,000 is for.
So,
Correct?
no, this is for a grant that wasn't, so every time they identify a funding opportunity and we want to go after it, each funding opportunity has guidelines and things, requirements that you need to submit. And these efforts cost money. So that's what this is for. So when we hired the consultant was to look for funding opportunities, and they're doing it. And they're finding things that you and I would never even think of. So it comes with a cost. yes.
Basically, it's like a wedding planner. Each grant, you have to plan a specific plan for that wedding, correct?
It's not a wedding planner, but it's.
All right, let's go ahead and take this thing to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Nancy Breyer,
Yes.
Tom Wenzel,
Yes.
Dave Abdallah,
Yes.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Moby Dun.
Yes. I want to be on the right side of history.
Zuhair Abdallah,
Yes.
and Robert Katz.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, motion carried. Next item on our agenda is item 9E, Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Dibb. Engineering services for pressure reducing valve, PRV installation.
Council Chair,
Councilwoman, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the pressure reading valve, PRV, design between the City of Dearborn Heights and Hennessy Engineers. Further, the mayor and the city clerk are authorized to sign this agreement on behalf of the city. Moreover, provided the mayor also authorizes any such payment as a necessary expense, the city council authorizes warrants to be issued from
GL account number 592-537-9791.000 for the payment of these services in the amount not to exceed 23,500. By doing so, the city council is authorizing any such warrant and payment without prior authorization by the city council. The specific warrant and payment is permitted by and consistent with city charter section 8.9 is outlined in 9E.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer, supported and seconded by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on this?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
just have question. Did this go out for bid?
No, we are utilizing an existing contract that was bid out with Hennessy as our water operator, because this is part of the duties of the water operator. So this is installing two devices on 6 of our water meters, the main master meters. These are not the home meters. These are the 6 meters that we buy water from Detroit Water Source. So 2 of them have proven to be problematic, and they were identified by the water operator. So the water operator works for an engineering company, and since he is our current operator, we asked them to design a solution, and this is the price to prepare documents to design the installation. So last year I did temporary installation on exposed above ground water PRVs in an effort to try to reduce our unbelievable number of water meter breaks in the wintertime. The system is old and obsolete, and our water distribution system is antiquated and does not take pressure well. So we identified 2 out of the 6 and installed some temporary PRVs to see if they work, and they worked greatly. So this year I like to put permanent PRVs, which are underground bunkers with proper pressure reducing valves and bypass valves. So I asked the water operator first to identify which ones are the culprit. Out of the 6, 2 proved to be the problem. DH 11 and 12, one on Warren and Inkster, one on Dartmouth and Pelham, are the cause of most of our water main breaks. So I asked the existing operator to design it.
Okay, let's go ahead.
I didn't finish
Oh,
it.
go ahead.
I gave him courtesy to talk and say what he wants.
Sure.
For the sake of transparency, I would like this to go out for bid. It's a 23,500, and I want to see if we can get somebody else, maybe better, maybe less. I can just because he's existing person or company that we just give it to them.
Yeah,
So my suggestion to the council, this goes back to bid for transparency as we all agreed on.
Just keep in mind that I still have to use his services to work with the other company who's doing the design. He's the water operator. All my pressure readings are with him. So he's my water operator. So I will have to pay him and then pay a designer to work with him. But that's fine. It's up to you.
Council Chair?
It is better just to go out for bid, follow just the chart.
Not a problem.
Yeah.
I can go either way.
Yeah, this is the 23,500 not to exceed is the engineering part of it. What's your estimated cost for the material installation?
I've done some of those, but I've done them at an airport scale, which is a lot larger. For 2, probably around about 700,000.
Where's that money coming from?
Water source, because we're paying water main breaks are paid out of that fund. And so we're trying to alleviate water main breaks by coming up with a solution, not 100%, but reduce it. So, I mean, when I'm having 37 a weekend, water main breaks, they cost a lot in the winter. Our system is old. So
Real quickly, how big are the lines?
12 and 16, and you do a bypass on the 16, so you can shut it down and work on it. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Yes. No, sorry.
No, okay, Madam Clerk, could you please take a roll call?
Yes. Robert Constant,
Yes.
Tom Wenzel,
Yes.
Zuhair Abdalhak,
No.
Hassan Ahmad,
Yes.
Dave Abdallah.
Yes.
Mo Bedun,
Yes.
Nancy Breyer.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Council Chair, you know,
Mr. Deeb.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Abdul Hawk said that, you know,
Wait, let us answer. Go ahead.
Councilman Abdul Hawk stated that, you know, the three bids, and I think that's a good practice, just so we can get an idea. This is just for engineering right here, right?
This is only engineering.
And I mean, just, I've said myself before, you know, we're not getting the three bids, and we'd like to know how good of a deal we're getting, or is it just kosher, or, I know we don't always go with the cheapest price. So this to get three bids on things like this, you know, it's a big money item, 23,000.
Oh, I agree. I usually do. But in this instance, the fact that I have most of my services coming from one entity and one contractor, and if I go hire someone else because he's 10,000, whatever, cheaper to do the design, I still have to pay this guy so he can coordinate with him because he's.
Yeah, we're not saying we're gonna go with the cheaper one. He's saying we just need to know exactly what's the prices out there. Which is
And we can do that.
I don't know.
Okay, the only thing is, council members, keep in mind, just like in every business, you know, like this is always something that's kind of weirded me out about government. I get the three bid thing, I get the transparency, I get all that. But I also get that in most businesses, or even in households, there's somebody you go-to guy or your go-to gal or your go-to company. And, you know, it's a company or a person you're comfortable working with. They get things done right. They come back for extra services if there's a problem. They just have the like my my grass cutting guy. I mean, this guy's got the package. No matter what I ask him for, he'll get it done. Okay, I'm comfortable with him. If I go out for a bid, maybe there's somebody cheaper. Maybe there's somebody with more money. Maybe somebody even better. But I'm comfortable with this guy. So keep that as a fact. I think with most things.
I just want to add a few things, Councilman. You know how much I respect your opinion, but one of two things. The reason why we do the three-step bid is to prevent things like, and I'm not saying it is.
Favoritism,
nepotism.
I get it.
And then, you know, there's a saying that I live by, get comfortable to feeling uncomfortable.
And I get it.
Because once you get too comfortable, the devil gets in the details.
Sure. But I'm just saying there has to be a factor because sometimes there is that comfort thing.
For government, it should never be a factor.
Okay.
You're representing.
Council Chair, I don't believe you don't cut your own grass.
I don't. I don't. Okay.
If he did, he'd be cutting in the
Next agenda. Item 9F, Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Dib, Lower LaRouche, CSO L42 Sewer Separation Project, change order number 4.
Council Chair. Go ahead, Councilman.
Go, Bob, you having it.
All right, Councilman Constant.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the Lower Rouge CSO L42 Sewer Separation Project Contract change order number 4 as outlined in 9F.
Support.
Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant, seconded by Councilman Bedun. Any discussion on that? I have a question. Every time we do a change order, obviously more money is costing more money. And I do recognize that there are change orders that do happen. We keep taking more and more away from the bond money.
Don't worry about that.
Which is gonna create a situation.
Remember November 28th.
That we're gonna take more and more away
9 o'clock.
from even the slightest of chance of the water meters.
Can we table this until I make
I
a
will table
presentation? I'll answer you with,
Sounds
yes,
fair.
I take that very seriously because
But here's the concern I've got though. We're gonna table it because you got something coming. Great to hear.
tonight.
I get it.
It's on-
I get it. But meanwhile, we would have approved 1.8 million change orders.
No,
it's
it's $17,000.
I'm sorry, then I'm thinking of a different one. So I apologize.
We already approved the 1.8. That was
Yeah.
the first one, right?
Yes, no. So we have, this is number 4. And if you look on your backup material, we are in the closeout process of this project. We're closing the project out. So normal part of construction is you take, when you're ready to close the project out, you take a true up on the quantities. So you look in there and say, okay, the bid documents indicated 17 tie-ins and we did 16 or 18. If it's 16, we deduct unit price. If it's 18, we add. It's an add deduct. So we did, if you go all the pages on the final page.
I quoted the wrong
No,
one, so I'm good.
the final page is when you see deduct and add, deduct and add.
Right.
So there were things that were added to this project during construction that had nothing to do with the project. So we had a missing gate at the outfall, on that projects at the river, and it was safety issues. So we added that item.
Actually, I did not misquote. I did not misquote myself. So if you look at the total, okay, so I was correct in what I was asking. Hold on. You guys had this thing backwards. I hated that.
What are you talking about?
No. It was put in as a part of the backup backward. There was nothing to spin it. But anyways, the total amount of the change orders right here.
That's what he's looking to.
The total amount of change orders was 1.795433.16.
Previous.
Right, I get it.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is we keep eating further and further into the potential of the water meters.
I know that. I know.
Okay.
Or something else.
We've got that covered, so. I know that.
I'll take your.
We have it covered.
All right. All right, next,
We didn't vote on it.
let's go ahead and take this to a vote. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item 9G, Chief of Staff Hernandez and City Engineer Deb, Michigan State Historic Preservation Office.
Council Chair.
Councilwoman, go ahead.
Unless no one else wants to. I'd like to make a motion that the Dearborn Heights City Council approve the Michigan State Historic Preservation Office, known as Michigan MISHPO, Cultural Resources Review between the City of Dearborn Heights and Wade Trim. Moreover, provided the mayor also authorizes any such payment as a necessary expense, the City Council authorizes warrants to be issued from GL account number 592-536-817.000 for the payment of these services. By doing so, the City Council is authorizing any such warrant and payment without prior authorization by the City Council of the specific warrant and payment as permitted by and consistent with City Charter Section 8.9 as outlined in 9G.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilwoman Breyer and supported by Councilman Constant. Any discussion on that?
Council Chair,
Councilman?
what's this going to benefit the city?
Good question. So, as we indicated earlier, we're going after funding, federal, and state funding. And every program we approach for funding, they kept asking for the State Historic Preservation Act, study. Does the city of Dearborn Heights have one? Archaeological sites, historical sites, assessment for the entire city. And I couldn't find one. We don't have it. And that is a requirement. So what we decided to do instead of doing one for each site, we're doing one for the entire city, and then I will keep a copy and use it for every time we apply for a grant. So it's the same evaluation for the entire city, the same evaluation to address historic preservation sites. And to my knowledge, I don't have any, but the states and the feds don't take my word for it. They want to see a study that says that.
If the company comes up with something historic and we can submit it, what we're looking for and how we can use it?
No, that's not it. If it's not, we're not looking for historic. We're trying to prove that if we do have some, that our projects is not going to impact them. So if we have, let's say, a pyramid somewhere in the city of Dearborn Heights, that what I'm applying for today, under the DWSD is not going to impact that pyramid or not do anything for it. Or historic. Actually, I thought we had one.
We have the school.
The Ford
and the cemetery at Van Born.
But apparently it's not. It's not. So anyway, we never had an evaluation done. And since every time we apply for grant, whether the drinking water or clean water or whatever, any grant I apply for, they keep asking for the SHPO study. And I'm like, guys.
What about River Oaks?
That's what I had, but apparently they lost their designation when they changed the roof. They changed the roof with a shingle, normal asphalt.
Stable?
Yeah, there was Henry Ford's old home, or is Mr.
No, it was at Stables.
The stable, we're gonna have a full citywide study, and hopefully we'll have an answer.
So this is one time.
One time to be used for any application. So we'll keep a copy and use it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Next item on the agenda, Corporation Counsel Perenna, Wayne County Prosecutor's Office.
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Here's this one.
I move that the Dearborn Heights City Council rescind motion 23-148 to authorize the mayor and clerk to sign the attached revised Third Amendment sublease agreement and the Fourth Amendment sublease agreement on behalf of the city as outlined in 9G.
Support. Okay, motion made by Councilman Constant and seconded by Councilman Baydun. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, motion carried. The next item on the agenda is comments from council members.
Council Chair.
Councilman Baydun.
Thank you so much. I have quite a few things here that I want to discuss. And so I just want to put this on the record. First and foremost, I wrote it down, water bills, water bills, water bills. There's definitely something going on with the Dearborn Heights water bills, and I'm not trying to scare nobody. I'm not making any accusation. There is, please, sir, Susie, there is something going on. And I'm going to tell you how I know this. I have 6 unique homes that have all 6 with the same exact issue. And when I was asked what is wrong with all 6 of them, I was told that it could be potentially a water leak. It could be some construction done on the house. It could be their sprinkler system. It happened from the spring. So what I did was I compared last year's spring and this year's spring. What is the difference that it went up double in those 2 months in this year, but it didn't happen last year? And so, not to throw anybody under the bus, but I'm just going to say that there was an employee who was hired by Robert Hath. And I said, ma'am, what is going on here? She doesn't know who I am at this point. And she said, honestly, I can't tell you, but I'm told to say that you potentially have a water leak, you know, this or that. And I sat with this lady, said, you're told to say this? I said, do you know if there's this issue? And she said, no. I said, so why are you saying it? She said, because most likely it's this. I said, well, what if it's a broken meter? What if it's not calibrated? What can you do to justify this? And she said, I don't have the answer. Now, yeah, there may be 1 or 2 scenarios, 10 scenarios, but I can tell you something. There's something going on with these water bills, and it's not okay. I have a resident who's a doctor. Makes a lot of money. He's a doctor. Makes quite a few money. He said, Mo, what the heck is going on with my water bill? His water bill is $2,200. So I looked into this. I reached out to the comptroller, and the comptroller had agreed. She said, Mo, I can't tell you what's wrong with it. This is maybe a test we're gonna do for a meter. But then I was told we don't have the capabilities or the financials to be able to check every single resident's water meter that has an issue. So then now we're saying, as a municipality, that we're gonna penalize these people and say that, well, we can't test your water meter because it's too expensive on us, so just pay the higher water bill. It's not an answer. It's not the answer that I want to hear. It's not the answer that I should be able to tell to a resident. And really, this is something that I think ultimately, and I had this conversation with my colleague, we need to have an investigation on our water meters or our water department. And I don't mean the employees. Let me make that very clear.
Water billing to be specific.
Water billing needs to be investigated, and not by somebody from our city, not from the administration or from this council, and not from an entity that's approved by our administration. It needs to come through our council. This council here needs to adopt something where we need to figure out what the hell is going on with our water bills. And I don't believe, let me make something very clear. I don't believe that the administration or anybody in the water department is doing something that they feel is like, oh, we're trying to get the residents. No. I think there's something that none of us know is happening. Our water meters could be calibrated wrong, which is counting, which somebody has told me. I think it was the councilman. It was counting at a faster rate. So the councilman, this is our council president, was being charged.
Not while I was on council, before I was on council.
But this is somebody who's.
No, he doesn't pay.
Yeah.
Get my email about the water bill.
Please, sir.
You didn't even answer me.
Please.
Still waiting for your email.
But I want you guys to know there's something going on with our water department, and I'm asking that this council body figure this out. And it's not to point the finger on anybody. So at home, if you can't point the finger at the council and you can't point the finger at the mayor of the administration, because we really don't know what's going on. And I truly believe that. That's what I have to say. So water bills is top of my priority. And I would like for this body to adopt something where an outside third-party investigation happens on Dearborn Heights' water billing. Plain and simple. I have 6 pieces of evidence, which Roger, I'm gonna bring to you. 6 pieces of evidence, and nobody can give me an answer for. That's what I have on the water bills. Secondly, we just approved in July or August, whenever we did our budget, for CDBG employees to get a raise. That's not paid through taxpayers' money, even though it is, but it's through federal funding that's given to the city. It's been 1 year, and they still have not received their raises. Because I picked up the phone randomly. I was actually taking a shower and I said, I wonder if they got their raises. And I called one of them and I said, did you get your raise? They said, no. I said, thank you. I hung up. I told Siri to give me a notification reminder to write it down today. Administration, can you please contact HR to approve what council has approved to give them their raises?
It's awaiting the mayor's signature from what I understood last.
Okay, Mayor, can you please sign it? Thank you. The next thing I have here, again, I don't even want to have this discussion. I'm going to go through these. I'm actually going to take a picture and go through this every week until these are done. The next thing I have here, Mr. Deeb, 2 years ago, we had a discussion about public safety. A year ago, a little over a year ago, we lost a child in our community by the name of Joey Smith. God rest his soul. We've been told that you and our honorable police chief, we're going to look into, and we're going to do TIA studies, and we're going to look into more studies. We approved more things, and we looked at different things, and we've approved and paid and approved and paid. Here we are. We're in Christmas time, and we have still not honored Joey Smith's death in Dearborn Heights. We still have not seen any adjustments across any of our schools other than painting the cross paths because we were furious that it needed to be done. So I don't know who needs to speak to me on this, but I would like an update and I would like something immediately. And we need to stop sleeping on the wheel here. The next thing that I have here that I'm going to pull up my phone, that I've had a few residents reach out to me. And I don't want to do this. I really don't want to do this. I'm 33 years old. I know I seem young, but I'm going to keep it professional. I'm actually going to keep it very professional, especially because I respect my elders. And I want you guys to know that if at any point I feel like I'm being too emotional, I want you to know that no matter what, I respect my elders.
Thank you.
And I respect every single person on this council, including the mayor, including Roger, including every single person in the city of Dearborn Heights. But I've received a few messages from family members who are watching on Zoom and from friends who are watching on Zoom that one of our council members, while I'm speaking, is speaking under her breath. And basically, I don't know what she's mumbling while I'm speaking. But I want you to know that's very insulting. It's wrong. And I'm going to respectfully ask you to please not do it again. Because when you're speaking or reading something or giving out anything, I'm not mumbling anything out of my breath. And if you would like, I can share the messages that I've received over the last 2 meetings. Over the last 2 meetings. I didn't say that.
Okay.
No. I wouldn't violate the Open Meetings Act. Just want to make that clear. So when you're doing that and you're insulting me, you're also insulting the residents that also voted for me. So I'm going to ask you to please not, you can insult me, but don't insult the residents that voted for me. Lastly here.
May I respond to that?
You could do it during your time, ma'am. I'm still speaking. Lastly here, Chief Hart. Chief Hart recently had a heart attack while he was at his desk here in Dearborn Heights. And he came back to work. This is a man that left 2 different jobs. He's here in Dearborn Heights. He's taking a lot of heat, taking heat from me. He's taking heat from councilman members here, taking heat from some of our residents. And we all may not agree on what Chief Hart's administration approval and non-approval and what we may like or may not like. But for somebody that's in this office, that's in Dearborn Heights, I'm going to feel for this man. And he had a heart attack, not because he was unhealthy at his age, but he had a heart attack, I think, because of the amount of stress that he is under. And I don't just speak on our police chief Hart, but I'm also speaking to every single person here, from the mayor, Roger, Ali Deeb, to Director Lawrencell, to our very honorable council members, our very beautiful clerk and our staff and our treasurer. This job is not easy, guys. It is so not easy. I have so much gray hair. My older brother is 39 years old. He's got no grace. And he said, how did that happen? I said, I'm on city council. You're a teacher. That's the difference. But I want you to know that this job isn't easy. And sometimes it's easy to take your emotions out on somebody, like our chief. And I want you to know it's going to cause to somebody's health. And remember, we're all in this for public service because we care, because we want to do good. So we really need to kind of step back a little bit. I know emotions can be high. I'm the most emotional person I think on this body. But I have good intentions. I really do. And so to the chief, if you're watching this, really, I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm praying for a speedy recovery. I'm praying for good health because your family, your children should never have to endure you having a heart attack here in Dearborn Heights. Regardless of our political stance or how things we agree on or disagree, your health comes first. And then I just have these two last things that I'm going to keep it very short and sweet because I already spoke on it. And I'm sorry that I'm going a little longer, Council Chair. The Ian Senior Center Director position is coming up for December 7th. Mayor, I'm looking at you respectfully and please asking you from the utmost of my heart to please help figure this out. Let's just get this position full time. Let's go through the civil service program. And let's stop begging for the same thing that we've been asking for a little over a year or year and a half. And then I know our Director Lawrence is going to speak out on it, but December 5th is going to be our tree lighting ceremony. It's a lot nicer of a tree this year. Bring out the family, bring out, the children. It's a great time. I attended it last year. I know this choir with the Crestwood staff and students and band, and she's going to speak a little bit about that. But I just want to say, please guys, come out, bring your family, bring your children, bring your dogs. I brought Sophie last year. It's a really, really good time. And that's really all I have to say about today. Thank you.
Thank you.
6 o'clock, I believe,
6 p.m.
6:30.
I believe. She'll verify right now. It's at City Hall. It's at City Hall. Any other council members with comments?
Council Chair.
Councilwoman?
I'd like to respond to Mo's remarks. Part of the problem is the fact that you yourself do not go through chair. You just blurt things out and you do talk too long. And that is part of the problem that I'm having, and so are others, Mo.
Thank you, Council Chair. That still doesn't make it okay to speak under your breath while I'm speaking. And maybe you should speak a little more and I'd speak less.
If I could, I would.
Go through the Council Chair and you can.
Mo, that's enough. And you're tapping against the paneling is not really good for the rest of us either.
Councilman Thompson?
Yeah, and if there's a problem, maybe people can address it beforehand amongst themselves. But I just hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving. Let's all remember, council persons, we're the policymakers, and some friction between the administration and the council is healthy, checks and balances, but let's not get into a situation where we don't have goals and look towards our vision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just a little bit from me, Councilman Baydun copied off my notes. No, I'm messing. But I had some very, very serious concerns towards the administration in terms of the water billing department. I know I talked about it many times before. I even asked for it in multiple budgets that more people be added for water billing. That is just way too short staffed. You don't have enough people there, and on a consistent basis, when residents call, they can't get through, not because they're not answering the phones. I've been there, I've watched them. There's just is not enough people there. There's not enough water meter readers. I know, Director, you said you got a solution to this. I hope so. But then in addition to that, GW, Great Lakes Water Authority, so GLWA, raised the rates. I think it was either 2.7 or 3.7%. Which one was it? I'm trying to remember. Yeah, so just under 4%, 3.7%. But yet the water bills, I'm hearing it from way too many customers are just way too high. Consistently having that problem. And we had a lady over here a couple of weeks back where she said she had an $8,000 water bill. I had my own mother call me and complain to me about the water bill being too high. I had at one point a water bill that was way too high. And the problem that we're having, that residents are having, they get a water bill, $5,000, $4,000, $6,000. Even if you take those out of the equation, like Councilman Baydun mentioned, there shouldn't be where they used to pay 300 and 400, and now they're paying 500, 600, 700. And then the dilemma they've got, now as a real estate agent, I can tell you, we go through it all the time. We're leaving the burden, just like Councilman Bedun said, on the resident to prove that they didn't use that much water. It's impossible. It's impossible to prove that I, Mo, John, Julie, or Susie, you have to be called Susie.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Or Susie says, you know what? I've got a bill for $900. And then the water department says, well, maybe you've got a leak. Okay, they bring a plumber in. I've had this conversation with 80,000 residents. They bring somebody in, they check it out, there's no leakage. And then they say, well, that's what was used. They're left with an impossible task. I've got a question I'm gonna ask you just direct. Is there something going on where the water bills are way too high? Is it the meters?
Wait,
Can
I?
Absolutely.
hang on. So I'm not in the water department.
I'm frustrated.
But okay.
Well,
I hear the same.
We're gonna add more employees there. I've been saying that for years.
I hear the
It's way
same complaints.
understaffed.
I hear the same complaints, trust me. And we have looked at, all right, so let me start from, I'm trying to assist in this issue, but I'm not in the water department. Here's what I do know. As a water operator, what I usually do is compare commodities purchased to commodities sold. If we have issues like Councilman Bedun was saying, that the meter is running too fast and we're charging 10,000 gallons for a 2,000 gallon consumption, then what I do is every time I do the pumpage report, and this is required as an operation. So I oversee the water operator that you guys hired, the Hennessy operator. So when we do a pumpage report, I compare purchased commodities versus sold commodities. So if I buy 1 million gallon and sell 2 million, then I know I have an issue. Like you said, my meters are all screwed up. They're registering more. But I'm within the industry standard. From that level, I'm with less than 10%. So there are losses. We lose 10%, but that's considered acceptable. From that real high level, I'm buying 1 million, I'm selling 990,000. I know I'm not selling 2 million, so I'm not overcharging people. The issue with the cost is related more to water sewer treatment as opposed to cost of water. Now, as you know, we had issues with our sewers. We belong, and that was the first task the mayor gave me when I came to the city, is look at the sewer issue that we're having, because it is the largest, it's large.
Right.
So that is a large expense to us. So we've looked at the city and how the sewers were built and paid and how they were calculated. Water is easy in my way, because our waters have meters. The 6 master meters that I just mentioned to you, they measure how much water I buy from Detroit. So I know how much I bought for the entire year. I can add it up, and I know how much we sold for the whole year, and I can compare the two. So that's easy. Sewers, on the other hand, are not easy because, one, they're not metered, and to make them more complicated, this city has 2 outlets to 2 different entities. I spent the morning today with Dua and the afternoon with Rouge Valley. So today was my sewer day. Literally. So your
wife asked you what kind of date.
No, I smell funny. Yes, I smell funny. But basically, what the challenge we had all these years, and I wasn't trying to recreate anything. I wanted to understand, because my previous life, I had a simple issue. Like Dearborn has 1 outlet and 1 inlet, so they compare how much water they buy and how much sewer they send. Real easy. In our case, it wasn't. So what I found out, and this is the mayor initially had mentioned, that, wait a minute, if the sewers are not metered, how do you bill me? And the answer I received, because you guys put me as the tech on the technical committee for the Dua region. So I spent that year asking the questions. Well, the answer was, you guys report, the city, report how much you pay. Well, hell, how do we report that? If I send sewer to 2 entities, how do you guys report them? And I have no meters on the sewer. So what I was told is that and I did some investigation, we basically report water purchased and we pay sewers to both entities. So we screwed up. And that was the case since 2014. So this is what the mayor indicated. I went and approached them since I'm on the technical committee. Guys, you guys have been raping us for a number of years. While the bylaws of this entity state you purchased ownership in the DUA system. You, Dearborn Heights, became part owners of that DUA system 2014, I believe, or whatever it was, 2014. So what we're trying to do now is resolve the cost, the root cause of why the cost is so high. So they acknowledged overcharging that entity. So now I'm moving on to Rouge Valley. So what we did in order to find out, since I have no meters, is to start a coding system on the accounts. So all the accounts on the one end that go to DUA have a D next to them and Rouge have an R next to them. So now we can calculate them.
Okay.
So we have some credit coming back for the 3 years. This is going to help. This is going to help, but it's not the main picture. Now, the meters have issues. Absolutely. Now, I met with a company that is going to replace our meters. And I when it's my turn, I guess the announcement, I'll go over it.
But how does that answer? Okay, so I had at my house, I had a bill probably about 10 years ago, 12 years ago, I don't remember. And I received a bill of like $2,000. Nothing had changed in my house. And I knew as a realtor that they say, okay, well, check the meter. Bring a plumber. I brought a plumber. I checked the meter. There's nothing wrong. I came back to City Hall. There's nothing wrong. Well, then you must have spent it. It's an impossible task for a resident to prove how much water they spent. So then now you're talking about how much you buy versus how much, we're paying for. Yeah, but that could very easily be diluted, no pun intended, if it's one resident that has a bill of $300 and now it's like $385 or $485 or $550. It's going to get diluted in those numbers that you're talking about.
But
it's impossible for somebody to prove it.
You missed the point. If the meters were reading too much, then my pumpage report should show a 2 million gallon sale on the purchase of 1 million gallon. This is what I should see if all my meters are faulty. If the meters are faulty, then I'm selling.
I'm not saying they're all faulty, but what I am saying is we've got a department, specifically water billing, that I've said it's not your fault. But I'm stating it, and I've stated it a million times, way understaffed. Number two, when a person has a problem with their water bill, it's almost rarely told, or they tell them, well, you got to pay to have it calibrated. For those that are not familiar with it being calibrated, they take the water meter. That's why I finally ended up doing it at my house. I said, there's something wrong here. I said, I don't know what the hell to do and how to do it, but there's something wrong here. I had it sent out. They send it out to the company. Yeah. They calibrate it, and they see if it's basically moving faster. Now, it's not going to move that much faster, but even if it was 0.5% faster, it's going to increase your water bill if it's moving too fast. But then again, we don't have enough people working in the water billing. So when somebody calls, they can't get somebody. When somebody shows up to the door here, they're going to wait in line. There's something wrong when GWA raises the bills 3.7%. And suddenly we have water bills that used to be $400 and now they're $550 and $580 and $600. Look. Honestly, it goes up $100. I don't even know. My wife pays it. But for most people, $100 and $50 is problematic. All I'm telling you, Director, is just like it happened in Detroit. They kept telling people, no, your assessments are correct. Everything is good. Everything is good. Everything is good. And then 8-10 years later, they say, oh, we way over assessed people for years and years. Meanwhile, people lost their houses to foreclosure. What I'm saying here is we've got a problem, and we as a government have to address this issue. How? I don't know. I'm not the expert.
Council.
Yes. Your microphone.
Oh, sorry. Because I had a client that had a huge $37,000 water bill in a short period of time, right? How the sewage hadn't been added in, the sewage costs. And that's not what Council Chair addressed. I understand the meters. And I understand that we need more workers. But the sewage cost, when we did 0.83 for the runoff from rain and other things add on the bill, as well as previous court cases we've had where we've had settlements and stuff, I believe are also added on.
So I'm not disagreeing with you, Council Chair. There are issues, and we're starting to get into it more now that we actually believe we have a solution for the funding. That was the critical part, because as you we'll go through the details. I have numbers to show you that we actually have a way to address it.
Okay.
But on the staffing side, all I wanted to tell you is on the bigger level, we do track pumpage report to check to see if we're actually overcharging people for water. Again, I'm buying 1 million, I'm selling 990, I'm within the 10% losses, leaky, whatever,
Leaking, yeah.
fire department. I haven't seen a number that will be so scary, like I sold 2 million, but I only bought 1 million, that?
But we've also, you just told me they're backtracking 3 years of payments for overcharging
Yeah.
them. And that's money not for us. Those are residents.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But again, I wasn't here. I'm only discovering issues. You know what?
By the way, this is not you. We're just venting to you.
I know, but just so you'll know, I took it out on our financial people. When I found that out, I took it out on my financial people. I told them, shame on you for not you do an audit. Why didn't you audit it? Why? Because they're the expert. They're the one that set my rate. So again, I'm not trying to look back. I'm trying to correct things that were there.
Yeah.
But here's where my ask is. My ask is, I think we should have somebody in that department where when a resident comes in and says, look, I've got a problem with this water bill. It's 680. I had no change in my house that I'm aware of, and it was always $400. If you don't mind. So there's been an increase of, 30, 40, whatever it is %. We should have something in our department that says, you know what, sir, let me have that looked into. I'm going to send Bob, Joe, Julie, or Susie. I'm going to send them over to go ahead and test your meter or figure out what's going on and come back. But what we do instead, we say, you must have a leak someplace. I don't know what happened. Prove you didn't use that amount of water. It's an impossible task.
If you recall, Council Chair, a while back, I told you that our meters are prehistoric Flintstones type. I have to go to eBay to find parts.
Right.
Okay. So what we did, and this is now that we actually are proceeding with a water meter replacement. I met with the vendor that is, we met a couple times with the vendors, and I asked for some of these things. What do we do in the meantime if I can't buy parts or do repairs on the meters? And they do have solutions. Now, the answer may be, and again, I haven't presented much to you because it's still work in progress now, but the answer might be to have a replacement or a process to verify, on-site verify through a company, the vendor that we use. We have a vendor for those meters. We have a company that supplies.
Yeah,
those
but a
meters.
resident's got to pay $200 at that point.
I didn't say the resident to pay it, but if we have issues like I have a gentleman that brought me in a $4,500 bill for 2 months.
But there's a lady that came in, as I mentioned earlier, that came in with an $8,000 bill.
I don't know.
There's
also
an issue
I did see
where they give estimated. It happened to my own mom. If estimated, and then suddenly they say, well, because we have nobody to go read the meter, and then they say, oh, well, we read it. Oh, now you owe X amount of dollars.
You're not talking
Now
about
for-
outer drive.
No.
Mansion. Okay.
No.
Because
No, they don't live in a mansion.
No, I didn't say names. It's just a street.
No.
Because that mention was correct. It just wasn't read for a number of years. But in any case, we do have a possible solution.
Okay, I know you're going to present later, so I'll allow you to do that. then. Okay, any other councilman?
Council Chair.
Councilman?
Thank you, Council Chair. Since Mr. Davis, can you give us an update on the master plan? I know you sent it for bids and.
So part of the grant scout that we hired, his comment was if you wanted to finance the way we finance the master plan, we put it out to bid as an RFP with city money. You put that in the budget, you guys approved it, we'll put it out to bid. I've got a company. We did not award the company because according to the scout guy, if you wanted federal grant, you need to go with an RFQ, qualification-based federal guidelines, which we didn't, because I wasn't using federal money. I was using budget money. So it needs to be re-advertised. And this is with all the stuff that's taken place, that's on my plate. That's part of my winter slowdown. It will be going back out using federal guideline. Now, I did talk to the successful bidder to see if they will honor it. But because of the requirements, the federal requirements with, pay and all that, it will cost more, but it will be eligible for grants.
Okay.
So it will be.
Any idea how long it's going to take?
This will be all this winter. We have a lot coming up this winter because we have a lot of construction.
Thank you, Mr. Deep.
Councilman
I'm not done.
Oh, you have more? All right, go.
Actually, I have a request for from the administration. I don't know if we can ask the mayor for the claims. Can like every director who sign up on the claims to approve the claims, can they write their name? Because it's really hard to read the signature. So that way we know exactly who to reach to.
So he's talking about like sign and print their name.
Yeah, just to write their name next to the signature. Is that possible?
Okay, I'll look into it.
Oh, thank you. Another.
I had to see.
Just write your name. Roger, can you send an email, please? While the mayor is looking.
Not yet.
And
Tomorrow.
there's an announcement from the assessor's office about the poverty application that needs to be submitted to the assessor's office by the 4th of December, where the board of review will be meeting on the 12th. And hopefully, residents will have an answer before within 2-3 weeks. And for the veterans who for the exemption as well, they need to submit their application for 2023 by the end of December. But for 2024, they can submit at any time.
You have to be 100% though.
I mean, whatever the criteria is, I'm just saying for their application, though. I don't know.
Why
Finally, just talking about emotions, when the Corp Council was debating about the credit card, I felt like he's debating the Corp Council credit card for some reason.
I don't have.
What's that?
Well, he was at a preliminary exam this time.
Point of order. Thank you, Councilor Chair Malsa.
Okay. Councilman Abdulhak?
I have 3 issues. For Rick, if he's online on Zoom,
I haven't seen him.
or the Corporation Council. What is the distance between any hookah to be open in Dearborn Heights? What is the minimum distance between the hookah place and the school?
I think we looked at it, I have to revisit it, but we were looking at in terms of also vaping, which is a big issue. We even started on the cover operation for business in the store. So I'm still looking at it with the police department. I don't have the right answer right now, but I would like a chance to get it.
Can we have an answer within 15 days?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
What is the
What is the minimum distance by law, state or city, to have a hookah place from close to a school? Hookah bar.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hookah lounge.
The second thing is, I really feel that the city council need to have their own council as needed. I would like to set $50,000 from the general fund, and the city council will recommend somebody who will be hired by the corporation council, because that's how the charter is designed. And it will be on need basis, because sometimes I feel, and I'm going to be very direct, that Mr. Raja given us his opinion, which we may not agree with it, and we like to have a second opinion. And it will be a good practice. We done it before. It's not the first time to put $50,000 specifically for the city council to have second opinion on issues if they need to.
Are you saying no emotional opinion?
I can
If
basically.
it's a motion, you have to suspend the rules.
Susie asked to suspend the rules, so I'm going to ask to suspend.
I'm gonna suspend the rules.
I'm going to ask to suspend the rules for a reason. We have passed resolution to give money to the employees, police and fire. And we approved it 7-0, I believe. And I have asked the HR to create a list of people who worked during COVID from day 1 until the governor announced, that COVID is over. And until now, I haven't heard anything, even we have the money and even we're coming up on holidays. So I'm asking to suspend the rules so I can put the motion to give the police and fire $1,500 each, those who worked during COVID and they were actually on the payroll. and every other employee who was on the payroll, not the retiree, not the elected officials, who was on the payroll during that time, to give him $1,000 before Christmas time. I ask to suspend the rules.
Support. A motion to suspend the rules by Councilman Abdul Haq, seconded by Councilman Baydun. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Now you're gonna make your motion.
I make a motion that the city council direct the administration to basically distribute some of the money which was allocated by the city council from the ARPA money from the general fund to the police department, fire department, and the general government employees at the rate of $1,500 for the police and fire personnel who were on the payroll during the period of COVID, which is from day one until the governor issued statement that COVID was over, and $1,000 for every employee who was on the payroll during the same period.
Councilman, is that with the people, with the employees still in the city employed?
Yes, those are who still employed in the city, definitely. And that will exclude all the elected officials.
Okay, but I think you should amend that and include in there, subject to this being within the ARPA guidelines.
Council
That's
Chair,
provided that's allowed.
Council Chair.
One second, just one second.
That will come from the money, $7.2 million, which we put in the general account. And it can be used for anything you want.
Right, it was the
So
original.
there is no conditions or
Right.
terms or any restrictions on that portion of the money.
The original, I guess it was a resolution that I submitted was to take $700,000 out of the unrestricted part of the ARPA money. So it doesn't have to meet any guidelines as far as.
There's no such, Councilman.
Yeah,
All ARPA is restricted.
yes, there's
So,
10.
no, there's nothing unrestricted about ARPA.
The quick question.
Yeah, it didn't have to follow any COVID guidelines to distribute this money.
This would be for employees who work.
It's already been.
Nobody
Resolution's already passed.
One second.
The resolution.
And then we'll go to you.
The resolution was passed to set aside $700,000 of the unrestricted or the non-trackable ARPA money that the city has to set aside for this reason. That was back about 4 or 5 months ago. We did that.
Right.
Council Chair.
Okay. Corporation.
Yeah, I'm just saying ARPA money is all tracked to the dollar. So there's no such thing as untracked or on something.
And there's an untracked.
So all ARPA money is
Restricted.
it has to be, or it's restricted to whatever guidelines ARPA has. And the other thing is with the comment was mentioned with the employees that work during that time, it's really hard because everybody was getting paid. If they're here or if they're not here, they were getting paid. So it was hard to track who was actually here. So that's something that our attorney's actually working on, trying to create a document that they have to attest that they were actually working, because as of right now, there's nothing that tells us, hey, this person was working during that time, because they were all getting paid.
Okay.
I can amend my
Councilman Abdul Haq.
motion. I can amend my motion to make the $1,000 for all the employees who were on the payroll during that period.
Except for the one that left.
Except the ones who left, they were not going to give them.
However, it's still important.
And this comes from the $7.2 million, which is unrestricted in the general.
Okay.
Council Chair.
Any other discussions on this?
Well, I applaud Councilman Abdul Haq's passion for the employees. I do know that a lot of the employees, because buildings were closed, they got paid and they sat at home. But I think it's per se, that's a violation of use of the ARPA money. The term sometimes used as backfill. I remember I asked David Sabuda about this, and so let's say to redo the sewers, it's going to cost $5 million. And so we use the ARPA money for that. So the city's got an extra $5 million to use it to backfill. But I just don't know that it's gonna fly.
That's why all of it can be negated by what I added on an
Yes.
addendum to this particular motion, subject to being within the ARPA regulations and guidelines.
I have a question.
That covers it.
Are you asking, because I apologize. You're asking, wouldn't it be wiser to have a study session on this to make sure with HR present?
Yes.
And their information?
And no.
And
Yes.
Plant Moran?
Yes, at face value, but no, because we discussed this and approved it. What was it 4, 5, 6 months back, maybe
Yeah.
longer? So that's where it becomes problematic. Like, why are we now deciding to do a study session on it versus have somebody from it?
I thought it was
come back and said that this can't be
emergency.
done.
I thought it was emergency workers during the COVID. Now, if you're changing it to say all workers, then what's the criteria? That's what a study session would book. I'm not
I
saying
respect
don't.
it, but that's what I'm saying.
Vote.
In the same token, I'm asking, why didn't the administration come back 5, 7 months back saying this can't happen because X, Y, or Z? Nothing happened, so there's presumption that everything's moving along forward. And based on what he's bringing up right now, it doesn't seem like anything.
Well, I disagree with the presumption that nothing's been happening. First of all, you have to go through all the records that have not been kept properly with all the people who are here to go back to 2019. That's what you have to ask HR and talk to HR in a study session. What records do you have? What's missing? Have you been looking, which they have? Have you been checking everything else with the previous chief of staff and where it was kept, with the previous HR director, their policies and procedures? Has that been checked in the meantime since you passed it?
But what I'm
And
asking
the answer
then,
would be yes.
why would that have not been, if that's a important criteria, why would that not have been looked into in the last 5?
Why
7,
haven't
4,
been
6
updated?
It hasn't been, Council Chair. I think it has been.
Okay, one at a time.
So, I mean, if you want specific questions, then have you sent any emails or anything?
No, I didn't
have. Maybe
This
you have.
motion just started right now with Councilman.
Okay,
Lahad. I don't know
so
nothing
that's what
about
I'm saying. A study session will give you a chance to get the questions because a lot of work has been done. Going back over the records just to reassure you. And I've brought in to look at some of the things which I'm doing and looking at the policies and procedures and the tracking system 2019, 2020, 2021, which is what we're supposed to do to act with the feasibility and the due diligence we need to act with.
Okay, Councilman Lahad.
Well,
Oh, I'm sorry, you were next then, Council.
I just have a couple of things. To Roger, 2019, there was no COVID. It was in 2020. March of 2020 is when COVID started.
I got sick in 2008.
Well, again, and his thing is
I know March of
the
2020.
emergency, he says anything that taken care of during the emergency, state of emergency by the president of the United States and the governor of the state of Michigan. And I think that's where he's going based off the state of emergency. But I want to get back.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna go back.
I'm just going back to the staff and the issues that led before it, because you have to put it all.
March 14th of 2020 was the day of state of emergency.
Not saying that, but what you're talking about is employees. So were there any other issues with the employees beforehand? I don't know. But I know we've been checking, trying to find the records.
Yeah.
To ascertain who was here before March 14, 2020.
So
September, and then October, when it was reissued again with the governor. And that period of time.
So Roger,
I
know. I'm just, my update to this here all is, my discussion is, it was because you said 2019, I'm letting you know it started in 2020. Number one, that's my first thing. Number two, man, I lost my train of thought, but,
Can I continue?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I have it here. The $10 million, we spent 2.8 of it to go into our,
General fund.
to go into our budget, to fix out our budget. When David Saputo was our comptroller at the time, we used $2.8 million. And the mayor, I believe, he brought these two young gals here with us, who told us if you take the remainder of, you can put $10 million in the general fund. And if you do that, they can't tell you how to spend that money. This is what we were told. Look, I got a great memory, Roger. And two girls sat here and they told us, if you move $10 million total, you could do it. The 14 million is going to be restricted. This 10 million that goes into the general fund. And I can tell you, I see some nodding heads in this room.
I was here when they said it.
And how about this? Let me finish. She was wearing a Michigan sweater.
Hot girl.
All right. I have a very good memory of this. And we can spend that money, but regardless of if we can spend that restricted money or not, That money was given to residents for helping them, and it was helping our first responders. So I don't need a study session on this. Thank you for the administration for looking into it. Councilman's got a resolution. This man passed a resolution over here, and we still have not given any money. So I mean, Roger, look, I'm gonna tell you this. Emotions are high. We've been talking about a lot of transparent emotions right now. What I'd like to see is not one council member here pick up the phone and call and say, what is the update on it? We've already requested on this update. You should be giving this council body an update and saying, this is what we have done so far. Because remember, we're part-timers. You guys are the full-timers. And if I have to stop my full-time job to ask you guys if you're doing your job, it's not right on us.
Council
You
Chair.
of course know this is not the only job.
Yeah.
If HR is working on it, that's all we can say. They're working on it. And what they're doing, they can update you on it. That's not a problem.
Okay, Mayor, then Abdul Haq.
Okay, so we are working on it. You know, again, there's priorities. You know, we have all these union negotiation, contract negotiations that we've done in just the last year or so. So we only have 2 people in HR, and they are working a lot of hours to do everything that we need to do to run this city. You know, we have a lot of employees. So we are working on it, and I'm seeing email traffic that there are, you know, there's a lot of questions that are being asked. And again, we're trying to make sure who was here. And we at this point, we don't know because there was no records, you know, everybody was getting paid, everybody. If they were home for a whole year, they were still getting paid during COVID time. So there was nothing, nobody can come to us and say, yeah, this person was actually working. We're trying to figure out, you know, what's the best way to do it within the guidelines. And the $10 million, they were revenue loss. It was not, you know, again, it was not allocated for anything. It went to the general fund, but there were revenue loss that you can do from ARPA.
Council Chair.
Councilman Abdul Haq was
I'm
next.
sorry, but just before he gives, so if, Mayor, if it's the revenue loss, is this money spent or is it still there?
I gotta check that count. I
Can we ask the treasurer? Council Chair,
She knows.
I don't know if we're just asking the treasurer because the mayor just said.
Well, because, I mean, we have 46 accounts, so.
You know what? And every one of them is accounted for.
Good for you.
Okay? So that wasn't necessary. Speaking of professionalism, right? And what's good for the city. So let's answer the question directly now. Let's get back to business. So there's $10 million from ARPA that the council has already appropriated, and that was for lost revenue, and that is allowed under ARPA. So that money was to cover cash flow, if you recall, which was something I flagged for you more than one time. And that has been spent. Just to let you know, right now, and by the way, I know this because I check the accounts daily. General fund checking is sitting at $3 million. We have over $3 million in checks written since October. What I'm working with Plan Moran on and accounts payable is the reconciliation because I need to know what's truly outstanding when I run a report. And I'm not seeing a true number. So I go off of what we've accounted for, what's already out. So again, that 3 million needs to be in checking account for those checks that are written. Now your pool account, that's what we pay payroll out of, Blue Cross Blue Shield. On Monday morning, it was down to $400,000. That is extremely low. You had a $1.7 million payroll, but that's understandable because there's payouts and things, whatever's going on that happens in November. But we did do an interfund transfer on Monday as well, and that brought 1.5 million into the pool account. But keep in mind, we have 2 payrolls coming up. I just paid 700,000, close to 900,000 for Blue Cross Blue Shield payment for December. Again, clearly, I know the numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We all set?
No, I'm not.
Hey, you guys gotta wrap it up. Okay, go ahead.
Basically, saying we have no money.
Yeah, and that's not true. I'd like to have our people say we're not. Thank you, sorry.
I really want to stick to my motion because the money is there. My logic for making 1,500 for police and fire is those 2 departments, they work day and night 24/7. And they deserve to be recognized. Now for the general government, it is a push of a button to see the paylocity, who they paid during that period. They all have the names, they have their social security, they know who was getting paid. And that's the reason I made $1,000, just to be fair for them. Even they were sitting at home, they didn't come to work. So everybody can have a piece of what the government gave us. And this is unrestricted money. It can be used for anything. And I did talk to the HR director and I asked her to go prepare a list, if possible, before the holidays. If we cannot take care of our people, our employees during the holidays, then there is no other time we should take care of them.
Okay, let's go ahead and put
Chair.
this motion to a vote.
Yeah, just real quick.
Last comment,
Yeah,
please.
the resolution that I wrote that we passed, I didn't state anything in there about COVID. I just stated that we want to show our employees that we appreciate them and we respect them. We want to maintain them with all the hiring issues we had with people leaving and not being able to fill the positions. This was for an overall, so I figured $700,000 because that was enough to give every employee in Dearborn Heights a $2,000 bonus. That's what it equaled. Not just to fire, I mean, God bless the fire and police. This was to show all of our employees how much we appreciate them. That was my resolution. Not just for COVID. I mean, that's fine. I mean, they can get it, but the original resolution was to give every employee that's working the $2,000 bonus or $1,500 or something like that. We can come up with them. But there was enough money out of $700,000 to give everyone a $2,000 bonus.
Okay.
Tom, I respect.
We passed it.
I respect what you said, and I would love to give $700,000 out. But for the sake of this position we are in and the holidays coming up, I really think we should show him our appreciation just during this holiday season.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take this motion to a vote. All in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed? Sorry, any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried.
Thank you.
All right. Any other comments from council members?
Was there a second on that motion?
I
seconded. You did? Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any,
David, I have one more comment, please,
okay.
before we get to the announcements. There is a law that states that political signs are supposed to be taken down 7 days after the elections, which would have been the 14th. There are still quite a few still out there. And it's 3 weeks past the election.
Okay, thank you.
We should be
Next
good
up-
Samaritan. Council Chair,
She's talking to one by doing.
Council Chair,
Yes, council.
I have a comment. I have a comment.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Wait, comment from council members. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Council Chair. This is the end of November coming up. It's the end of the Native American Heritage Appreciation Month. And we attended a couple of events and really special things. And God bless all of our Native Americans in our country. You know, is the HR director still here?
No.
That she left? Because she was up there. I was going to ask you these questions. The last time I talked to the acting coordinator at the Eaton Center, she stated that the position hasn't even been posted yet.
December 7th.
So what, I mean, that's the first step. And it's been a month to post it. And we demanded, see, you know what? I should have a shirt that says, we screwed up because we're too easy. We're getting taken advantage of. We're looked on at from appointed people, appointed by one person. We're looking down at, we're elected by thousands of people. We're looked down on. These people are appointed, we're elected, and they're not doing what we tell them to do. That's BS. We told them to have this position filled in 30 days. And and this was last month, but this has been going on for months. And now it hasn't even been posted yet. Yet there was a confidential secretary that went like this, bam.
Has it been posted?
And I don't even know if that job was posted.
There wasn't.
I mean, it was posted?
No.
Oh, oh my gosh. And you know, and we need people in the water department. I never get a call saying, hey, Tom, guess what? You know what? We need more people in the HR department for confidential situations. No, you get water bill issues. And that's where we need to hire people in the water department, not in the HR department. That's where our priorities are way awesome, screwed up because we're to blame here. We've dropped the ball. We got to start taking responsibility that we were elected to do. And a confidential secretary. And she negotiated the contract and she got a person in her own department. I mean, that's kind of, and, well, I'm getting all upset. The water bills, I think you should look at your water bills, compare them as far as water consumption from month to month compared to the sewage treatment costs. Because I think the sewage treatment costs, we're going to see a big difference probably. And, but I'm all excited here now, but I'm going to ask Director Deeb, not tonight, but next meeting, to explain the big hot topic, the sidewalk at the car wash issue. We want once and for all what happened with the sidewalk, who owned it. So be ready for next meeting so you can explain everything to us, okay? So we can all the, you know what, you just look here, right there. The phone blows up about that sidewalk, and I'm sure everyone here has got it too. Speaking of family things, Councilman Baydun mentioned tree lighting. Tree lighting is a pretty cool thing to go to. I think Director Lawrence is going to mention it, so I'll leave that for her. And one other thing about a family issue, I always talk about family. The Home Depot, Home Depot stores. The first Saturday of every month they have the kids workshop. It's free, and this Saturday is the one up on Michigan Avenue in Dearborn Heights. You go there at 9 a.m. You bring your kids in there. They build you get 2 or 3 toys to pick from. You screw it, glue it, nail it. And then you go into another station to paint it. It's really a good time, but don't wear good clothes. They give you a Home Depot apron that you get to take home. And then each project you pick, you get a pin that shows that picture of that project on there. You see kids in there, like my kids, they've got hundreds of pins on their aprons. We kept the same apron for years and years.
What's the ages? I'll be at Home Depot tomorrow. I got you.
Okay, yeah. There's no age limit.
No, my son did that
Yeah. I do it.
Build anything.
I'm the biggest kid there. And other than that, I had a great Thanksgiving. God bless everyone, my family, and God bless all my family and friends, and God bless all of us here at City Council and everybody in administrations and all our employees in Dearborn Heights. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Next up is announcements. Any announcements from administration?
I did wait.
Let him go first. It's important.
Oh, go ahead. All right, so I'm gonna do now that you guys know most of it, I'm gonna do a quick update on where we stand financially on funding some of the capital improvement projects. So we all talk about the CIP, the capital improvement projects that we have, and how we intend to fund them. As you recall, the city's last capital project funding plan was completed in 2021, and that was when the city had sold the 2021 capital improvement limited general obligation bonds. I hope that's the correct name. Thank you. So we sold the 2021 limited general obligation bonds to fund 4 projects that the city identified as operationally critical. And these projects included 3 CSOs out of the 6 the city currently has. So we funded 3 CSO separations, as well as the replacement of all of our city's aging water meters system-wide everywhere. So commercial, residential, 2 insured, 4, 6, 8, all of them. So the CSO separation was a commitment that the city had made to the Department of Energy and Great Lakes of Environment. So this is a signed commitment. So when I came on board, I was looking at a signed commitment the city made with a deadline and a time frame whereby you needed to. And based on that commitment, the Eagle had issued our operating permit. We do have a national pollutant discharge elimination system permit. And this permit is renewable every 3 years. So we just got the newest one. We went back and forth, myself and Eagle on the timeline, but the previous one was signed before I came on board and it was handed. This is our actual operation agreement. And this is federal. It's not even state. That's the Clean Water Act. This is not something that you have an option to say, don't do this now, we'll do it later. It's not, doesn't work that way. Now, 2 out of the CSO projects are now completed. 2 out of the 3, and the third one is in the design and design phase, and it is due to go out to bid this winter. So when I say we have a lot, I just received the package preliminary, the plans and specs. I'm going through them. Intended to be out to bid in January and construction immediately in the spring, because I have to meet the deadline and the last one completed by the end of 25. So that we are on schedule and we are funded. As I explained before, the construction estimate used to develop the budgets were pre-COVID. So keep in mind that these actual costs for the three CSOs at today's cost is estimated to use 22 out of the $25 million. Okay, from the revenue and the bond sales. In addition, the water meter's original allocation, to add to all this, the original allocation in the bond sale was $9 million. So the project from the start should have been, and still is estimated at $12 million. So not only that we don't have enough for it, but we also underestimated the project cost to begin with. Now, the administration had decided early on, and this is the mayor's direction to me, not to seek any funding to address the additional funding to address the shortfall to make these projects happen, meaning that we're not selling more bonds or request operating budget increases because that will be a direct hit on the rates, and we will drive our rates higher because you have to pay those back. So working independently, our own, and that was the challenge. And our funding scout that you guys approved for the last, since June, we have targeted every possible funding grant or low interest loan available to address the short funding on the drinking water. So we applied to the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, we applied to the Clean Water State Revolving Funds, and we applied to other agencies that will address it. Now, we both have, both of these funds have a 50% because of our classification as a city, that both funds have a 50% loan forgiveness. So in addition to having a low interest loan, they will waive 50% of that. So we figured at least I get 50% of the project funded through the government. So the rest of it will be 20 to 40 year interest, low interest loan. Now, these are very, very extremely competitive loans, as you will probably imagine. Most communities throughout the state of Michigan aggressively apply for these loans. So they make the best case, which is why I needed someone like a professional grant scout to make the case for us. All right, so our efforts on many fronts have resulted in the following, and I'm going to state actual approved grants. This is in June. Number one, Eagle High Water Infrastructure grant to develop the options for the Ecorse Creek. I presented that a couple meetings ago. That to address the flooding, more work, $306,825. Number two,
what was it?
$306,825. Number two, Michigan Clean Water, SRF, to partially fund, now listen to this is important, partially fund the CSO number L41. Now, if you recall, CSO L41 is the one that I haven't built yet, which is part of my bond money. So they approved me for 50% loan forgiveness at $3.1 million of the estimated 6.2. So I've got that to offset some of the costs. So what I'm trying to do are two things. One is look for funding to get more of my costs to the government, and two is to free up some of the grant bond money so I can use it on the last projects that it's not.
So they said they're going to cover 50% of what you spend. So if it's
we haven't spent it.
I know. I'm saying if it's a $6 million job, hypothetically, they're going to give you 3.1 on the 6.
I gave them an estimate that's 6.2, and they said we'll cover up to 3.1 of loan forgiveness.
Okay, and
so
this is okay.
This is the Michigan Clean Water CWSRF. Third, Michigan. Third item. We have more. The third item, the Michigan Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. the drinking water is more restrictive than the clean water. So drinking water, now this is for the lead line. If you recall, lead line replacement, we estimated we have about 600 left at 2,000. We need about $13 million for the remaining. What we have done as a city so far is every year we put few $1,000s in our budget. So we pay for it under water sewer, which is part of what's hitting our water sewer rate. So we went after government money for that, and we got approved for 51% of $13 million or $6.76 million towards the lead line replacement. Keep those numbers because I track them for a reason. Lastly, CDBG-DR infrastructure for the replacement of the Hip and Polk Street bridges, which is also part of our bridge inventory that is infrastructure cost to the city. They approved $2,091,000, which is 80% of the estimated cost of replacing those two bridges. Now, as wonderful as these grants are, with 50% grant, 50% to offset L41 CSO, I'm still short on funding the water meter $12 million because I needed 9. So we're still short. I'll be short $6 million because I have 3 and 9. So we took that issue over to Eagle, and it is my extreme pleasure to announce that on November 17th, the state Eagle representative met with us. It was a Friday and took all day convincing, and they decided to give us a full $8,318,332 dedicated only for the water meters. So because in the past, there's no water meter, that's a city cost. So we spent all day with them trying to get that because they said this is city cost. You guys pay for it. Bond it, do whatever you want. But this time with the supervisor present, and I have the minutes from that meeting, $8,318,332. Don't ask me how they came up with that number, but I figured 8.3 is good enough for me because if I take that plus the money we freed up from the CSO L41, I actually believe that we are in the black. We have $2.5 million surplus. So if we are taking a current shortage, big time shortage of your bond money, and you remove it. What's good about this particular grant out of all of them is that this is 100%, no payback, no loan. It's 100%. And so this is the 8.3 is 100%.
That's amazing. I got a big smile on my face on this one.
But I thought about you when I was talking to them. Actually, water meters, because the challenge.
Water meters, can you explain to us?
No.
Point of order, hey.
The issue was trying to find an alternative that doesn't have to be paid back, because anything we do now, we estimated 12 million. So immediately after we received that good news, so just to give you an idea, this will bring our committed grants so far this year from June till now, actual committed money, $20,576,157. These are committed grants. 20 million. Now, add to that, we also put our city on the federal list of roadways because we've never been on that list. So federal aids that come to counties, to cities, Dearborn Heights was never on that radar. So we already have an approval for 2026 Cherry Hill for $2,514,000. That's on their schedule. So in addition to that, that's about $2,514,711. That is for Cherry Hill Institute. That's federal. Inkster to Gully, that's ours. $2.5 million. So
the north side.
I can give you,
believe you. The 2.7 million, now will that be asphalt renewal or will that be?
2.5, 2,514.
Concrete or asphalt?
It's asphalt.
A lot.
It is. It will cover the whole thing.
We might be able to do 2 times.
We're gonna repair it. So before I leave, before I leave it. So in addition to all these are committed. So what you have now, 23 and some change, those are committed. We're not done. We're still applying for FEMA, BRIC, Safe Street, CWSRF, MEDC, and other grants. We currently have pending 7.5 million. So those are not, we haven't received the commitment yet. So the direction this administration wanted to take is not to ask, when you ask about capital projects, I can easily put our needs, but when I first hired in, I did a high level capital improvement plan, took all the directors and figured out what's needed, end of useful life, and the numbers were just scary. You were looking at $200+ million, and this is not going to be funded out of our operating budget. We have to find alternate source. These are the things now. These, just so you know, next up, these things come with commitments. So when you see me asking you for historic structure, that's not me asking. That's because I'm using their money, so they have requirements. So sometimes I disagree with them, but I have to do them. So with these grants, I mean, there will be more deadlines that we have to meet. So they all come with a deadline. And as you know, ARPA money project come with a deadline. So all of these things have to be completed in the next couple of years. So we are going to have extremely busy staff putting projects out, which is why the mayor was looking at, restructuring, trying to get, right people in the right place, right people in the right places to get the work done, because I really don't want to leave any money on the table. These things are badly needed by the city. We want to take advantage of them. And we already started, Councilman, with the suppliers on the water meters. I know how important that is. I'm asking them for, so we did internal, review with our people, like what, I'm not a water meter type person, but, so I asked what they prefer. And then I got a crash course on understanding how we do business and how it should be done. So we're still doing the things that touchpad, go to the belt. Horrible.
One question.
Okay, quick answer.
I'm done.
Quick answer.
Yes.
When do residents anticipate to receive these water meters? Thank you. That's all we want to know.
It's not going to be passed on to me. So okay. So how do you replace water meters? The city of Dearborn took 3 years to replace them, right? So just to tell you, because you have to maintain operation and billing and then phase out the replacement. You also have lead line. So I just mentioned I have $13 million for lead line replacement, which is a requirement. So you need to do both of them. We're working on it now. So I will be bringing you, I will publicly bid the contract to facilitate the installation. We know the supplier. The supplier can sell me the stuff today, but I'm not going to take 28,000 meters and put them in the basement and lose them. We're going to get them as we need them. I believe the mayor's indication was to start with commercial immediately, because those are the easy pick. They're always open. You go in, replace them, and then start residential after. There's going to be a lot of water.
As a city, we installed them, or we have a third party?
So I met with Dearborn to see how they did it. So Dearborn, and I like their process because they were able to do 3 things at once. So if you recall, part of our ARPA money is dedicated for water main replacement, the real bad old water mains. And we also have lead service line, which is the pipe from the city line to your meter in the basement. Being lead, you need to replace, and you also have the meter replacement. So what Dearborn did, they actually hired one contractor with 3 subs. So they told them we needed this brand, Neptune. That's the meter we want, Dearborn. That's the meter we want. So the prime contractor will go in. So you have to start by sending survey to find out where are the lead lines. We don't know. And Dearborn didn't know. Some houses have lead, some houses have copper. So they did a survey, and I already met with my consultants is actually writing the survey as we speak. I like to be out immediately on the survey part. So we'll send it to resident to schedule a survey. 5 minutes. We'll go in, find out what your line is so we can put on the list how many are lead. So when they did it, is they did one area at a time. So let's say divide the city into 5 areas. Block A will be out and the contractor will do all 3 at the same time. The prime contractor will do the replacement of the water line. Next contractor is directional drill with a copper to replace your lead. And then the third will just do the meter. I rather have it all contracted out because part of it is we're moving to a smart meter. Our technology is so old, we're not using, no one uses that touchpad anymore. We can't even find parts for it. So we're going to a smart meter.
Okay.
So this was 12 million was just only for the meters, not for the installation, correct?
12 million includes everything.
With the installation?
And the collectors and Wi-Fi collectors. We're looking at Wi-Fi smart meters, so similar to your DTE, Wi-Fi collectors.
Okay.
The
Thank you very
idea
much.
though, so for your question earlier, you'll be able to do final reads for real estate sales without actually having to go with the collectors. Ultimately, that's our goal, but we have to take baby steps to get there.
All right,
But we
good
do
job.
have the money to do it now.
Good job.
Thank you.
Well, that's a really hard act to follow there. But I would like to invite everybody to the tree lighting this Tuesday. We've got, start at 6:30. It's right here at City Hall. We've got all kinds of free kids activities. We're going to have singing. We've got Riverside Choir. We've got the Crestwood High School band playing, and we've got all kinds of things going on. So I would like to remind the officials to be up at the showmobile probably about 10 to 7 because we plan on starting on time. So, okay.
And Santa's here to visit us too. Thank you, Santa.
Any special guests gonna be there?
I thought you were calling Susie.
Director, are there gonna be any
Wait,
special
hold on.
guests?
Anybody else from
Any special
administration
guests?
has?
Myself, please.
Director, are there any special guests gonna be there?
There is a special guest. Santa Claus is going to be there.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'll be there.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other administration? Nancy, go on, Council.
Yes, tomorrow night, Wednesday, we are having our Ecorse Creek meeting, and that's at 6:00 at 3335 South Beach Daily. And then of interest, Friday and Saturday, December 1 and December 2, the Eaton Center is having a flea market and a Christmas room, hot dogs, etc., a bake sale, and that's on Pardee Road, and that's from 9 to 3.
Okay.
Both days.
Thank you very much. Any other administrative comments? Hearing none. Next up, we're going to go to public comments. Each person will have 3 minutes. Please state your city, street, and name, please.
Hassan Ayun, first of all, I want to ask the meter that you guys are installing. Can somebody buy the
Can you-
meter? Can
city,
somebody buy the
street.
meter?
City and street. You want PO box? Say PO
Okay,
box.
PO Box, PO Box 1132, Dearborn, Michigan.
Okay.
Okay, I just wanted to ask you, so for the meter, can I get a question? Simple answer. Can a resident say, I want a meter, I want to pay for it? Yes or no? Spend my time.
I don't believe you're talking about where you could want one right.
Right there tomorrow, I want a meter in a resident because that's my daughter calls me 7:00 in the morning. She got a bill for 700. 4 months you guys didn't come out. Come on, man. 4 or 5 months, 6 months. This is ridiculous. My daughter rents. My daughter, what's it called? You know, these people that rent houses, you guys own houses. You guys can afford it. But what about these people, 4, 5, 6 months? What are we gonna wait? Another 3 years for my daughter to get? I want a meter. I want to put it myself. I want her to go to the house. I'll pay for it. This is ridiculous. Bills are there's only her and her husband. I live in a location. Every 2 months I pay. You know how much my water bill is? 3 people. 140.
Wow.
140. I can bring the bill, put it here, and you estimate my bill, and you estimate how many people live in their house, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. My stepson stays by himself. $240 for that bill. You guys, I don't know what you guys are doing. This is ridiculous. I want to suspend the rules at this time because I got two issues. First of all, I want the water meters, every water meter to be checked because I'm tired of it. What about citizens? What about the old people on Social Security? What about those people? Who's going to pay their water bill? To be thrown in the street? You get people $300-400. A lady showed me a $2,000 bill. We had to come up with the money, whole bunch of 5-6 people. Why? For what? My daughter's bill is due $700. I still didn't pay. I'll probably come to the city and they charge her. And a week later, 2 weeks later, she gets another bill for another 2 months. Like stacked up. She saved $400. Now I got to pay the rest. Why? For what? You're gonna tell me it's not estimated bill? Suspend the rules. I want to talk about the gardens you guys every year you guys put. I want nobody from any place to put any garden that represents any kind of people. I don't care what race they are. I don't care what it is. I don't want no gardens in the summertime in Dearborn Heights. Does anybody want to suspend the rules? Yes? No?
Okay,
You know what?
clarify your statement again. That's right.
I said the gardens.
Right.
There's gardens that a certain group of people come and put gardens in Dearborn Heights. And I says, I don't want no type of person to put gardens in Dearborn Heights if it represents a group of people, because Dearborn Heights is not discriminate, but we don't want a group of people to come here and just put what they want to put in the city of Dearborn Heights. Does anybody want to suspend the rules? Yes or no?
No.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay, wouldn't it be better to have somebody talk to you from the city council?
No, there's nothing to talk about. I want a Muslim, what's it called, garden. You gonna put it for me or yes or no, Mr. Zair Abdul Haq?
No,
you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you.
I'm not.
And I'll talk to everybody here. I want a Muslim garden. Are you gonna put it for me? I'm asking you. See, you guys are new. You guys do what you want over here. But when people speak out here, you want to silence everybody. So here, you will be silenced when you're over here. You see, that's what I'm talking about. You guys don't give a damn about rat's ass about anybody. You guys want that? No problem. You don't want to suspend the rules? No problem. But remember, when your kids see that and your grandchildren see it, you guys are going to sit there and say, you know what? It's okay, right? Like, oh, you guys want to say ceasefire in Palestine, right?
Time's up.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, thank you. Next up.
Saab, John Daly, Dearborn Heights. Got a few questions I want to ask. Number one was Director Vanderplow. Again, he's a contractor. Why is he responding to calls in a police car and he has a department issued gun on him? Corp Counsel, I've asked you this question before. Is he certified police officer in the city of Dearborn Heights? His contract says otherwise. He's a full-time exempt employee.
I apologize. I don't remember when you asked me that question because I try to get back to everyone who responds or asks me. I will look into it. It's the first time I'm hearing of it. Your question about him. However, wait a second.
Thanks, Paul.
You also FOIA'd some of the directors, their contracts. So that
I have this
information.
contract. I have it.
Okay, so your question is
Why is he driving a police car with lights on it, carrying a gun, responding to calls when he's a contractor?
See, what I don't do is respond to hearsay. Because you're saying a statement I have not had anyone chance to verify, have any evidence of such, and told to you by somebody else, or you saw it yourself. I can't respond to that, but just send me an email.
Okay.
And please put the date and time, and then we can check the records because there's videos and there's cameras about everything in that department. And we'll check it out for you.
Please do.
Yes, sir.
Second question is, the canines. We're getting 3 dogs. A neighboring city, Dearborn, has 2 dogs. Why do we need 3? That's question one, part one of this question. Question two is, The same three officers I came up here and said before the interviews that they were going to get dogs, they were the three officers that got the dogs out of the 7 that interviewed. And my question is, why wasn't there somebody from K9 training or with the K9 units, anything in these interviews? And what criteria are these officers needing to meet for them to get these dogs? That's another question I had. If you can answer that once I'm done.
Well,
And then-
what you could do is identify how you're getting the information for the interview. If you were present, please let me know. If somebody gave it to you, please identify who that person was that gave you this.
So you guys can retaliate
And then
against
I
them?
can- Excuse me?
So the administration or the police
I don't
department
think I
can administrate?
disrespected you. I'm asking.
It's, I'm being blunt. It's not
be blunt as you
disrespect.
want.
I'm not
I don't
saying you,
care.
Roger.
You can be as blunt as you want.
Roger.
See, that's why, sir.
Okay.
Ask all your questions all together. Out of fairness, I'm not sure if the corporation council can answer these. I don't know if the mayor can answer
I mean,
these,
there's
but obviously
nobody,
more than
there's
likely
nobody here from the department to.
I will
more
forward
likely police department
Please do.
answers. That's one's gonna be able to answer it.
My next thing is I have nothing against the chief whatsoever. I've never brought up the chief and anything, but the chief once said a statement, I don't reward bad behavior, but yet they're into favoritism. This being one, they hired a police officer that came from another.
Recording in
Well,
progress.
it's paid for by grants, I believe, not by the state.
I understand.
However, the 3 dogs obviously is different shifts and different workloads. So it's
Even
and
if
then different days and schedule.
Even if it
But
is
that's all I
paid,
know. But
even if it is paid by grant, you still taking the 3 cars away because you have to dedicate the 3 cars for the 3 dogs.
that
And
doesn't
you
mean
taking the 3
think if the
officers.
dogs are on patrol. They don't.
Okay, but just out of fairness, Roger, let's let the police department answer if it's a councilman's question. And obviously it's their discretion if they can answer a resident's question. Because I don't think it's fair for you to be able to answer it. But that's not, neither can I, obviously. Okay. Next up, city street name, please.
Gary Mayatki, Plainfield Street, Dearborn Heights. I'm going to try to. I'm going to try to speak quickly. I wasn't expecting to come. Okay. First of all, I just want to applaud various people, including the council as a body, for taking some very important steps towards checks and balances, transparency, and accountability. First of all, Councilman Abdul Haq's motion being adopted in a certain form, Councilman Ahmad's motion being adopted. These are important steps towards transparency. There are some things that need to be done with regard to the motion from Councilman Abdul Haq. It should be an ordinance and some other issues need to be addressed, but these are important steps. Councilman Wenzel, you have my kudos for basically saying something that needs to be taken into account. You as a body need to make sure that you are respected. If someone is going to end up speaking out of turn, they should not be speaking out of turn. They should be gavelled down and there should be a point of order made. City Treasurer Hicks Clayton, thank you for basically standing up and doing your institutional role and informing the council of what they needed to be informed of. Councilman-elect Saab, thank you for raising these important issues with respect to the police department. And I want to end up, I was contacted by someone, I wasn't intending to come here today, but apparently there was some reference that was made with respect to things that I purportedly said in the past. If anyone says that I said anything other than that you can adopt an ordinance allowing you to control the bidding process, that is incorrect. And it is inconsistent with the language of the city charter, which section 9.1, the city shall enact an ordinance, which may be amended from time to time by the city council with respect to setting up competitive bidding. So you have this authority and you have this authority more broadly as well. I do have to correct something that Councilman Abdul Haq ended up saying, and I think that this is important, which is that if you are going to end up going into the route of having your own counsel. It should be done as special legal counsel, which is specifically provided for under the city charter, under section 5.13 of the charter. It has been done in the past, as recently as with Mr. Schenk and his firm, and it does not require any sort of involvement by the corporation counsel. And in this situation where you're concerned about independence, that's the way it should be done. And I appreciate your time. And again, thank you for doing what you need to do to make sure we have checks and balances, transparency, and accountability. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up. City street name, please.
Margaret King, Mayfair Street. Thank you again, Mo, for bringing up Joey. Not this meeting, but the last meeting. I was hoping to hear an update. Still have not heard an update. This is driving me crazy. I have gotten compliments on how patient I have been with this. It's been over 365 days since Joey's passing. All we have done is crosswalk paint. I, as a close friend of the family with Katie and the rest of her family, am just heartbroken that my very own city that I have lived in for 36 plus years now is treating children like this. I want everybody in this room currently and watching on Zoom to put yourself in our shoes. What would you think about the city that you grew up in, that you reside in? How would you feel if you lost a child? I'm going to use the word neglect because I feel that way right now. That's my emotions. I have waited a year and I'm still waiting a year. Am I going to have to wait another year? How long is it going to take? I'm trying my hardest. I'm shaking because I want change and I expect it. When I came to this podium over a year ago, and I'm still here. No updates, no nothing. It's ridiculous.
So sorry.
It's not just you, Mo. But that's what I have to say. Sorry I had my emotions, but I'm passionate and it's been a year and I'm still here. Thanks, guys.
Council Chair.
Awesome.
Mayor, can we get an update maybe on something that we're gonna move forward, maybe tomorrow, please? Thank you. Hang on one second. Is there a difference between the black and the purple?
No, no, they're all the same. This is probably month and a half, 2 months overdue. But the last few meetings.
Are you starting right now? Hang on one second. The chair.
Yeah, and just make sure all of them have been passed over. Okay, go ahead.
Wait 1 second.
If we can just look at 1 second.
Yeah, give us, wait before we start.
Go right ahead.
'Cause when you guys don't get us stuff ahead of time, we don't know.
I wanted to drop it off and I was even considering seeing if it could be put on the agenda. Because it's gonna go way over 3 minutes, but I'll do my best.
Yeah.
I said I wasn't gonna let this issue go and that's it.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, I want to start by
City
apologizing.
street name, please.
Tony Camilleri, Midway,
Dearborn Heights.
Dearborn Heights. First, I want to start by apologizing to council and everyone at this meeting, at the last meeting, and everyone on Zoom for being on the phone. And it was brought to my attention. There was a woman speaking and I didn't want to get up and walk out to be rude as she was talking. So I thought by speaking low, I could kind of sidestep the issue, but apparently that again was one of the wrong moves or a wrong decision. And I was not aware that I was being told to get off the phone. So for that, And I did apologize after last meeting, but I wanted to put that front and center now.
We're good.
That's done, that's over with. Second of all, I said that I wasn't going to let this issue about the golf course, or excuse me, the banquet center at the golf course go on the hazardous construction from day one. Those photos are just a few of the hundreds and hundreds that I have that will be put on my Facebook page in the next month, which would be Anthony Camilleri. It does show the hazardous conditions. It does show one there. I know it's a city meeting, but you pretty much know what I'm talking about on one photo that's in there. That, let's put it this way, sex has been performed inside that building, and that's what was left behind. Okay, and that's where I'm going to leave it. And I've got text messages to prove it. The back 3-4 pages of that booklet pertain to the gas station at Michigan and Gully that's been vacant for maybe 20 years. Okay, and the blight that has been occurred by, which I call the realtor Sam Jafar, who, no disrespect, but is your brother-in-law.
No disrespect.
And hopefully you can do something more for the residents in the city than you could do with your brother-in-law to clean up the blight on that building for the last 20 years. And it's no disrespect to you, but
By the
that's
way,
the way it
Just
is.
for full disclosure.
Yeah.
Any realtor that has a property listed is not responsible for keeping it clean, so.
Who does?
The owner.
The owner. Well, I
And
just-
that would be the city or the realtors.
No,
I'm
it
sure
should be
he's
the
getting
city
paid.
or the owner, but I just,
Now it's sold, but it wasn't 20 years ago.
I just want to make a few things. And Sam J, for honorable person in my family.
Well, I met him 4 or 5 years ago when I ran for
Yeah.
office.
And I just
Your
want to make
sister
something
as well.
clear. I mean, when you say things like, you know, do something like hold your brother-in-law accountable, at the end of the day, he's a grown man who's 55 years old.
But you're also city council.
I can't, this is something that's gonna come through ordinance and through this administration. I would
Oh.
never favoritize my brother-in-law or a resident or anybody for that matter. I just want to make that clear.
Did you didn't though as council, what, 2 years you've been here, a year?
3 years.
I'm not gonna argue this. I said no disrespect.
Yeah.
But anyways, I am still owed $9,100 from Wassam Mesa for the work I did at the golf course.
Time is over.
No, he's got 30, he's got.
I still have 30 seconds
Oh,
according
God.
to Mo.
Well, 41.
$1,100 worth of tools stolen. You guys authorized the invoice for Shank, who did work at at city building and for the city at the golf course to get the liquor license. I believe I should be paid as well. My opinion, Wassam Mesa is a con artist, a liar, and a thief.
Okay. Sir, thank you.
That's where I leave it. And most likely this will be my
I
last
know,
meeting.
you can't make accusations like
That's
that.
it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night.
All right.
Take out on the report card.
You mind your own business.
Oh, I love the.
Okay. Anything else? Any other comments in?
Hey, come on.
Hey. Any other comments? Okay, let's go ahead and go to Zoom. On Zoom, we have Director of Ordinance, Bill Dishroon, I assume.
Can you hear me, Council Chair?
Good. Hello, go ahead.
How you doing this evening, sir?
Good, good, hanging in there.
Good to hear. Hopefully everybody had a good holiday. I just wanted to comment really quick. Mr. Camilleri made mention of the gas station on the corner there. I'm not sure of Michigan Avenue and Beach Daily. Or I'm sorry, Michigan Avenue. and Gully.
Michigan Avenue.
Yes. I'm not sure when the last time he went by there, but they're working on that and actually it looks pretty okay right now. So I'm not sure when the last time he went by there was, but it looks better and they're working on it. So
okay.
I just wanted to share that information. That's all I got for now, sir.
Thank you very much, Director.
All right. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Anybody make the motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned by Councilman McBriar, seconded by Councilman Ahmad. All in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion carried. Thank you.